Hey everybody, we're back with more Persona 3. Joining me once again is ChanceEm.
Hey,
Hey Teak.
Hey, Teak. This is a really nice opening. Like, I know we comment on it a few times here and there, but I still really like this.
Yeah. I did take a look at it. It would require me to have the Discord app open, and I stopped using that a while ago because it was slowing everything down. The reason I moved off the Discord app to just using Discord in the browser was because it wouldn't, it hit a point where it just wouldn't open, it just kept being locked in the update loop. And then like, I ended up eventually fixing that and it just slows everything down. So I just use Discord in the browser now. Alright, so let's get back into this.
Alright.
So I think we had a definitive point last week where we're like, you know what, we're not going to do the answer.
Yeah. It's like, the answer has nice story stuff, but it takes so long to get to those bits.
And it's not really that good. Yeah, we're fine. The, because like we discussed it last week, the dungeon crawling of Persona 3 isn't great. What saves it is its balance with social simulation and the fact that you don't do a whole lot of it at once. It's like, yeah, let's go into Tartarus for like half an hour and then leave. And that's your dungeon crawling in Persona 3. It's not great, but it's small chunks and it's not the main focus of the game. The answer is entirely dungeon crawling, and it's constant until you finish the game. And it's like 40 hours of it, and it's not good dungeon crawling.
The enemy's weakness is... Only one enemy.
So it becomes a case of like, do we want to just sit here and not enjoy ourselves for 40 hours?
I mean, I'm sure there's other ways you could not enjoy yourself for 40 hours.
No. Like going to work.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, we discussed it last week, like, Persona 3's dungeon crawling, not great. Which is kind of awkward, you know, when it's a spin-off of a series that does actually really good dungeon crawling. I'd argue Persona 1 and Persona 2 both have better dungeon crawling.
But then again, Persona 1 and Persona 2, that was probably more of the gameplay aspect in and of itself, because Persona 3 is when you start getting into the social links and all that.
But also, I think a large part of it is because the main dungeon we're going through, Tartarus, is procedurally generated. Randomized. Combine that with the actually kind of low enemy variety.
It's weak against ice. It's weak against.
Weak against ice, weak against fire. Good thing I have both.
That's it. The enemy is down.
Yeah, like, that's... that's kind of the problem with games that have less...
Oh shit, Titanium resubscribing.
That's the way.
Oh, nice! Hey, Titanium.
Thanks for the subscription, Titanium. How you doing, buddy?
The enemy's gone.
So what are you saying, ChanceEm?
Good job, guys.
I was gonna say, that is kind of the problem with games that have, like, very few enemy variation. I know we also touched on that last week.
Yeah, a little leveled up. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, Titanium. Somebody has to. It ain't
What?
gonna be
It's
ChanceEm.
like... Wait, what?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's almost as if, you know, we're here to disappoint or something.
And that's what I do. Hey, man. Thanks for the alert, buddy.
Hey, Amir.
The enemy's weakness is a. The enemy's off balance.
Yeah, so I'm on record as, like, saying I'm not really into Persona 1. So I'm gonna put it out there, I would rather play Persona 1 than do the answer.
Is that a, hint about what you might stream?
I'm gonna do Persona 1 eventually, because I want to do Persona 2, and you know what I'm like with context. But I could have said, fuck it to Final Fantasy 13 and just gone straight to 13-2, but I was like, no, I need to do the context.
And yet you've still not done 13.
I'll get to it.
I mean, I have no room to talk. I still need to do 13-2 myself. It's like I played the first hour of it and then just kind of
my skills have improved.
Didn't play the rest. Rip.
My 13-2 story is kind of odd, because I did Final Fantasy 13 originally years ago. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go through this so I have the context for 13-2. So I sat through it, I had endured it for like 50 hours, I beat it. And then I started 13-2, I was like, this makes less sense to me than it would have if I hadn't played 13.
Keep it up.
But then I played it for like 2 hours or so, and a friend was like, hey, you want to play RE5? I was like, okay. And then I never went back to 13-2. I feel like we've had good times with Resident Evil 5 anyway. I've had plenty of good times with it. Get good times with it on the stream. So there's a fun story with Final Fantasy X-2 with me, Titanium. And I never had 10-2. So when the 10-2 HD remaster came out, I was like, oh, this is a great time for me to just pick it up. And I wouldn't mind playing 10 again. And I was like, okay, so I'll play through 10 again before I play 10-2. I bought Final Fantasy X 10-2 HD remaster on the Vita, and was like, yeah, well, I'll do that. Swear to fucking god, you people are all useless.
How disgraceful. There are 3 enemies left.
Does Jack Frost have Mabufu?
I would
No,
hope
he's
so.
gonna learn that next.
Oh. Damn.
That's not gonna be worth it. So yeah, I picked up 10-10-2 HD Remaster on Vita when it came out. It's like, yeah, this portable? Yes. Definitely take that, thank you. And I put like 3 hours into it. And here we are, I think, 9 years later. And I still haven't actually done 10.
Keep it up.
Damn.
Yeah, the idea was like, I'll redo 10 before I go into 10-2 so reacquaint myself with the world and everything. And all this time later, I still actually haven't redone 10.
Over. No shadows are left.
So the answer to all of this is basically you play the original game, and then you just kind of forget about the other game.
What, for 10-10-2? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Like, forget 10-2?
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, no, I've heard people like 10-2, I've heard people don't like 10-2. I try to go into these things with as blank a mindset. Oh, shit.
I mean, it's kind of the thing of,
Please
like,
spread out and search the area.
everyone says that
Oh, it's okay,
10-2
I
has
thought it
really
was
good combat. I got kind of bored with it and just decided to say screw it and
Alright,
go
I'll
the
keep
cheap
looking
way
around
of
then.
just using the psychic outfit, which is really, really
This may be
cheap
useful.
way of beating the game. There's some fun stuff in 10-2, but it really,
Everybody, please regroup.
I don't know. Like, I just enjoyed 10 a bit better for its combat and the way it was set up.
God damn. 17 days to go and we hit the barrier already.
Shit.
That reminds me, I did want to do more grinding after when we hit the barrier though.
Well, I guess now you get to do more grinding.
Yep. So let's hit up Elizabeth. Turn in that third old document.
I find it funny that ChanceEm was over here saying that Final Fantasy needs more BDSM summons because of the context of that particular summon.
I don't know when I'm going to get to 10-10 soon. It's just 10 now. I was kind of planning on doing it soonish for a while. But Clint just recently finished it. It's like, you know, I'm good to leave it for a while now. We're doing FF6 next anyway, so I don't know.
Hmm.
Well, currently the follower goal is set to Resonance of Fate for January. I think for February I was planning on making it Bahamut Lagoon.
Hmm.
Like maybe roll through some of those fan-translated Super Famicom RPGs.
That'll be interesting.
I'd be down for making it Treasure of the Rudras. That's a game I've been interested in doing, but I don't know if anybody actually knows about that.
Truthfully, I don't really.
Hey, Battle XD, welcome to the stream, buddy. No, we are not going for 100%. Full of gems. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, So yeah, February 200 follower goal being probably Bahamut Lagoon. I might say fuck it and put that to just Treasure of the Rue just for myself anyway. If we get to March without hitting it, I'm not sure. I'll reconsider it. Maybe put a Tales game in there?
Oh.
Or Suikoden. Like, I don't want to just keep doing stuff like Square RPGs or Atlas RPGs. Or, I guess, Sega RPGs. Resonance of Fate's a Sega RPG. I mean, it's a Tri-Ace RPG, published by Sega. Let's say Tri-Ace, like Tri-Ace RPGs.
You know what game you should do?
I'm not doing Bates and Kaitos.
God damn it! I was actually gonna say that. I was like, I'm gonna say Bait and Kaitos, and then like you fucking called it.
Tales Sky Patrol. And
I see Titanium is today's best girl.
That's right.
It's weak against
Weak fire. Quick, burn it.
only one enemy left. That's the way.
Yeah, like, forgetting about the Sega thing, because we could say, like, Sega RPGs, because, like, Sega did do a bunch back in the day. Stuff like Shining Force and Phantasy Star. And I'm waiting for Teak to finally get around to doing this Phantasy Star marathon for Turn-Based Tuesdays.
Well, he still has a number of Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest to go through.
Yeah, he should have like, added like a third and maybe fourth series. Yeah, it would take forever, but like you'd mix it up. Gonna be old and red before that happens.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
I have Night Since Dreams. I played it once and didn't enjoy it. But yeah,
You found the enemy's
don't always be putting on Sega RPGs or I guess Tri-Ace RPGs. So after Resonance of Fate, like, next month's 200 follower goal isn't going to be Phantasy Star or Star Ocean or Valkyrie Profile, unfortunately. But like, if we get to like March, maybe I'll throw Valkyrie Profile on there because I want to play that. Maybe cycle through some companies. And the good thing is, like, without putting a limit on how old the RPG can be, pretty much every company's put out an RPG at some point. So if we do it by company, like rotate companies, we can still end up with some really interesting results. Like we do Capcom, which would then be Breath of Fire, and then Konami, which would be Suikoden. Before we end up circling back around to Square.
His weakness is electricity.
I like how I'm just being ignored.
2 enemies left.
Yeah, do Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood. That'll be the game for you, Chrono. And of course it just goes silent.
Have you actually played Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood, ChanceEm?
Yes, I have. I've beaten it. I played it when it first came out, actually.
When you were
I had
young
to think
and
about
dumb.
it for a moment. Huh?
When you were young and dumb.
I mean, true, but
That was a great battle.
it had an interesting premise. It was not the best JRPG.
It wasn't a good
Very
JRPG,
obviously
never
not
mind
the best JRPG. But
Yeah, Lilin leveled up.
But I still feel like it had an interesting premise. Like, as far as Sonic storylines go, I was intrigued enough with it, even though the gameplay wasn't good.
But no, we go specifically stick with JRPGs. Hey, Clem.
There's one enemy.
I have
Hey,
anybody
Clem.
else with Zio because Lillian just got her last level. Zio. Oh, there we go. I went. It's fucking Hell House. Honest to God, just bad design decisions to fight.
Only one enemy left. Such
Oh shit. Just came across some interesting news. The game Pandemic has been removed from Steam. What was the other stores? It's been removed from Steam, Store, and Google Play Store. The Microsoft version will follow and be removed on January 31st, and the Nintendo Switch version will be removed by the end of July. As far as for why this is happening, the publisher just basically was like, it is with a heavy heart that we have made this decision, and we cannot disclose the multitude of reasons why we are removing the game.
Well, the problem with God House mode, Clem, is the barrier goes down and it gives you like, I count, it's like 3 seconds, and then it puts it back up. So you have 3 seconds to figure out what its new weakness is. Cast that, hope that you're ready to cast it. And if you don't, oh no, shield's back up. Fucking awful fight. In response to what you said, Titanium, one of its biggest problems is like the gameplay is just really bleh. Your basic, like, you compare it to what it's inevitably going to be compared to, and that is the Mario and Luigi series. Mario and Luigi has the whole thing of like, you do various things, like press the button at the right time during attacks to do extra damage. But Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood decides to make that the entire crux of doing damage with special moves. If you mess that up, you don't get to do damage with those special moves. And it's like, what?
There are 3 enemies left.
And those sequences are so long.
That's the way. Well done. The enemy is down. Now's your chance.
Yeah, I think, like, it'd be neat to have the follower go, like, we can rotate every month through, like, various companies, but wherever possible, like, go for lesser-known RPGs that we've done.
No shadows are left.
It's like, oh yeah, it's Namco's turn this month. What are we gonna do? Tails? No, we're gonna go a little bit fucking weirder and do Xenosaga.
Will Chrono ever complete a Tales game on stream?
Look around and find out. Yeah, there's Barrett done.
My skill level has increased.
Yeah, no, if I throw a Tails game on there, I'm not sure which one it'd be. The answer may surprise you.
There's one enemy.
Centipedes? In my vagina? It's more likely than you think.
Good lord.
Tales from the Crypt.
Good choice.
Hey, Star.
How you doing, Star?
Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand. Only one enemy left. I failed to finish it off. I can do it.
Hey, it's Rebel.
This thing won't give up.
Hey there,
Hey,
Rebel.
Rebel.
I've been waiting for this.
You know, I can kind of understand that type of thing. Like going through War Market, I just kind of hit a point. I don't know if it's the game's fault or just me not being in the mood.
Everything's going.
But I just kind of hit a point going through War Market of like, for fuck's sake, can we get over the padding already?
Honestly, I enjoy walking around Fall Market, but that's more so the case of, I enjoy seeing the background architecture and how it's brought to life in 3D. Well, in that type of 3D versus how it was on PlayStation 1.
Ah, you bitch. Hate the rare ones. I think part of the problem is, I was thinking about this earlier, like you start the game, you got the attack on the reactor, and then you've got the sequence of the Sector 7 slums, and like you're dealing with all of that, and it equates you with the world and the characters, and that's great. And then you've got the next, like the Sector 5 reactor. Ooh, Oberon. I didn't realise Oberon was available this earlier. And then you got like the sequence, the attack on the Sector 5 reactor, which takes a while. And then it's like Sector 5 slums. Do all the stuff in the Sector 5 slums, then go to Sector 6 and do more shit. And it feels like, you know, you probably shouldn't have had it, probably shouldn't have backed those two up together. Why is nobody else here?
That's a valid question about why nobody else is there. I mean, it's also a good point of, like, there's just too much side questing back to back to back, I suppose.
It's okay, so we got the War Market stuff, and then that's going to come back. And we're going to deal with, presumably, going straight from Corneo into the sewers to the train graveyard to Sector 7 to dealing with the Sector 7 pillar fight. Presumably that's going to be a straight shot, because removing that urgency would be a killer for the pacing. And if they have removed that, it's a dumb idea. And then it's probably going to be a case of like the last set of side questing for the game before we go on to Shimmer Tower, unless Shimmer Tower has its own set of side quests, which I suppose is possible. But even then, that'll be a completely new environment, and not just like slums again.
You found the enemy's weakness. The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking forward to getting out of War Market. This thing should pick up after that.
Only one enemy left.
Way to hang in there.
Akihiko Senpai's arrived. All present. Help me.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that, ChanceEm. It feels... Ultimately, FF7 Remake is a game full of padding. Of course it is. It's like 6 hours of content stretched out into 30 plus. The 6 hours is only if you're taking your time in Midgar.
Enemy's gone. Great job.
Yeah, because it was like, weren't you able to like get through it quicker than that, or?
You can. My usual thing is like 5-6 hours. But I don't really rush it. It's like, sooner or later you have to deal with the issue of like, you are padding. And this whole thing about now of like, oh, Aerith has to get her dress, go and do other shit. And it's like, great, time for the beach episode, I guess. A pointless filler that exists to not really do anything, just distract you. Well, that's the thing, that stuff is decent because Biggs, Wedge and Jessie are pre-established characters that we don't see a whole lot of in the original game. So I go to Jessie's house and the raid on the base and stuff. Plus it was front-ended with interesting new gameplay, like the motorbike chase, which was a great new gameplay idea that's also going to be followed up later with the escape from Midgar. This stuff is just like, oh yeah, hang around with Aerith a bunch. It's like, great, I like Aerith, but I don't want her to be the only person that I ever talk to.
Please hit! There are 3 enemies left! I failed to finish it off. 2 enemies left!
Yeah, maybe that's what the Sector 7 slums has. That really helps, like, you're doing a lot of it with Tifa, and then, like, when that's done, you do a whole sequence with Jessie. And then, like, Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie. But with this, it's been Aerith, 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 Aerith. And also kids who are irritating.
You mean you don't like Moggy?
No shadows are...
Marsha.
Rip. How mean.
Oh, you're talking about Moggy. I thought you were talking about me for a second then, Clem. Kids are the worst. Enjoying the stream? Why not throw a mecha-chrono a follow? No! He's the worst of them!
A boy in a Moogle costume. The little bastard.
No, I'm gonna go back and do more of FF7 Remake later in the week when I'm off again.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
Somebody has Mazio. Naga has Mazio. Which one of you fuckers is gonna dodge? There it is.
There are 3 enemies left.
My turn.
Seriously?
The enemies return to normal.
I hate all of you. You deserve that.
Please hit. This thing won't give up.
Yeah, I'll get back to it and do more of it. Overall, it's been an enjoyable game, and War Market just feels like the point where it's like, it's slowed down now. It's been slower for a while. And that's probably not a good thing that it's been slow for this long, but it'll pick up again.
You found the enemy's weakness. The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
I mean, you're not wrong about that ChanceEm, but like, you've got to remember, Persona 4 does very much the same thing. And it's like, you go into battle, I'll face out, I'll hold out, I reach out to the truth, and it's like, okay. Every time. Is that a bad thing? No. Or is it a bad thing and just like by the end of it you've been beaten into submission and you're experiencing Stockholm Syndrome? Nobody can tell. Akiko, do you have one of these? Yes. Yukari, do you have one of these? Yes. Persona 5 is a little bit different with that because the battle theme it has doesn't open up with lyrics. It opens up with the violins. Your boy Junpei's down in the lobby left where he belongs.
There are 4 enemies.
He's gonna stay there.
It's like you've made Junpei very depressed.
Good.
Keep it up. The enemy's down.
Yeah, no, like, rotate through companies, I guess. We had Nintendo with Fire Emblem Path of Radiance,
What an easy win.
which we changed this month to Residents of Fate, which I guess we could count as both Sega and Tri-Ace. So we're not going to follow this up with Phantasy Star or Star Ocean or Valkyrie Profile, yada yada. Next month, like, I don't know, maybe Namco, maybe Konami.
There are 4 enemies. Attack!
Surprise everybody by having the Suikoden that I do be Suikoden Secrets. The DS one.
There are 4 enemies.
Which Suikoden fans aren't super into, but like, that was the game that got me into Suikoden, and I like it. It was a good game. And the plot was about brainwashing religions, and it's like, you know what, I'm down for that shit.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I did consider that when you posted your Mega Man EXE dabbing emotes. And it's like,
Great battle.
do I want to deal with Battle Network? Because if I do one, there's going to be the expectation that I'll do all 6. Do I want to ever commit to that? And then if I do all 6, somebody's going to be like, but where's Star Force, Chrono? Because I use Star Force, you motherfucker. I said I played all the Star Force games, I enjoyed them. A little too heavy on the power of friendship, but still.
There's 1
Yeah,
enemy.
Operation Shooting Star, which wasn't released outside Japan, but does have a fan translation now. There's also the question, like, if I do that, like, if I do Battle Network, when I get to Battle Network 5, do I do Battle Network 5, or do I do Battle Network 5 Double Team DX?
Good choice. The enemy is down.
I've been waiting for this.
I don't mind the power of friendship as an idea, but when it's used for everything, it gets kind of tiresome, and Star Force uses it for everything.
Only 1 enemy left.
I was gonna say, I guess that's why you're not a big fan of Kingdom Hearts, huh?
To finish it off.
Kingdom Hearts does not lay it on anywhere near as thickly as Star Force. God damn.
That's kind of a surprise.
Tales of Grace's F doesn't lay it on as thick as Star Force does.
Tales of Graces.
Give up.
Oh man.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, everything's going.
I like how I say that, and like immediately I just see Phazon apparently playing Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah, somebody redeemed that for her.
Yes.
She's got like Kingdom Hearts, a bunch of the Kingdom Hearts games as point redemptions for like 15,000.
Wow, that's actually a low amount of points. to
Yeah, I
spend.
know, that's weirdly cheap.
There's 1 enemy. The enemy is down. Now's your chance.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
Mega Man attack!
Such
Only 1
persistence.
enemy left.
My problem is like Birth by Sleep's a good game and it's fun, but they want you to play through it 3 times, and that kind of thing is just. Even like 10 years ago, I wasn't into that kind of idea.
Help me.
See, the only time I'm fine with replaying through stories multiple times is if you give enough content that the stories are going to be different.
See, Birth by Sleep does arguably do that because you're going through the different characters. The problem is, like, oh, I'm going from my endgame character with all their combos set up, and then movement options, movement in
3
particular,
enemies. Be
being
careful.
like endgame. And then you go back to starting game characters. And it's like, great, now I run slower.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? No, stop doing that, Kingdom
There are
Hearts.
3 enemies left.
Still, though, like, when it comes to all that, I feel like something that I cannot Something that I cannot forgive, so to speak, is how the original Tales of Zilla handled that.
I did a Jude playthrough, and then I started a Mila playthrough, and like I stopped like 5 hours in, maybe.
See, I made it through both sides, and yeah, there's new content depending, like, there's new content in Mila's side, because I did Jude's side first and then did Mila's side. And there's new content in Mila's side, but it's like, I don't know, maybe 2.5 hours of new content total? If at that. And you still have to get through the entire story. Which, that game is like at least 60 hours long. On a single, like, playthrough. So it's like, you play for 60 hours, and then you decide to play the other character, and it's like, cool, you get to play another 60 hours, just to get 2.5 hours of new content.
Yeah, when I eventually get to Zilla, I'm doing one playthrough. It's gonna be the Jude side as well.
Ah, rip. But I mean, like, I get it.
It's the thing, like, Mila technically has a little more plot relevance in it, but Jude is the character that everything is explained to, so if you want to understand everything, you've got to play as Jude. And then there's Zilla 2, which honestly is just so fucking bullshit.
I still need to finish Zilla 2, because it's like... I tried, but I stopped like 5 to 10 hours into it.
That game goes on for way too long, and it is padded to a ridiculous degree. Like, my end game was like 75 hours. So much of that is needless padding and grinding. Let me see, I'm gonna hit the next access point, go down and reset, and we'll jump back up and do some more grinding.
Watch out! There are 4 enemies.
Yeah,
You've done
I missed your comment previously, Clam, but I also feel that in regards to Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh, yeah,
I know it's the whole thing of, like, Sora and everyone are Disney characters, but the series was founded on Final Fantasy and Disney combined, so it's like, why are you getting rid of Final Fantasy? And it's like, oh, we'll get the Remind DLC, you know, they're there, and I'm like...
It's like, oh, that's why you got rid of them, to sell them back to us at higher cost.
Yeah, basically. I mean... Kingdom Hearts 3 has background, like, NPC characters make a reference to a couple Final Fantasy characters, but they aren't actually there, and it's like, okay.
Don't overdo it.
Like I said, I'll get
I've said it
Hearts
before,
eventually, but I'm in no hurry for it.
As I say, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm still frustrated with DLC as a whole, because it started off as the concept of like, yeah, here's some added stories to go along with the full content that you're already getting. And then it's just kind of delved more into, hey, we've actually only sold you like 50% or 75% of the game, and we're selling the rest of it back to you as DLC. And it's like, that's some massive bullshit. Well, goodbye, Akihiko.
Fucking Mudo bullshit. DLC as a concept spans off from the old idea of expansions, and expansions were a good thing back in the day. Because it'd be like, oh yeah, here's your $40 game, here's your $20 expansion. At times, with enough content, to be in a new game. just like built on the foundation of the old game. And it's like, oh, we can start offering that without having to put out new discs and everything. And it became a case of like, because we don't have to justify the cost of that, we can start lowering the price and start doing less and less with it.
Only 2 remain.
And the point we're at now, like, you can argue that started with horse armor.
Such persistence.
Horse armor.
Yeah, that's fair, Clem. That kind of thing is the problem behind digital pre-orders. Horse armor though, horse armor DLC was a thing for Oblivion. And back in like 2006, it was the big controversy because you paid like $6 and it put armor on your horse and it didn't do anything. And everybody hated that. It served no purpose.
Interesting.
It cost $6. And now here we are with cosmetics. It'll be here when you get back, Clem. A lot of this stuff being justified because, oh, it's okay, it's cosmetic.
Oh, rip Akihiko.
Yeah, I don't have any revivals.
Rip Akihiko.
Not even Fortnite. Like before Fortnite. For fuck's sake, Mitsuru.
Oh no, the enemy's got you marked.
That's not good.
Watch out!
That's a death.
Oh, that sucks.
Thanks for not being there, Mitsuru, you fucking idiot.
Your senpai has failed you.
Seriously, anybody who argues this is the best way to play Persona 3 is an idiot. Portable deals with so many of these issues. No, to be fair to Fortnite, Fortnite isn't even the first game to do that, and to Fortnite's credit, it's at least free to play. There are fully priced games that do that, like Overwatch.
I was gonna say another thing is like once we hit the HD era with like PS3, 360, all of that stuff. Well, I guess more so with PS3 because Tales of Vesperia didn't do it. But like Tales of Zilla and all of that had it where they took out the costumes that you would normally be able to get in the game and sold them back to you as DLC.
Yeah, Tales got really bad for that.
Yeah.
They're not as bad
Very,
now,
very
I know they
bad.
got better about it. But then Atlas kind of took
Yeah,
their place.
because like Tales of Zestiria had it where like if you wanted costumes you had to do DLC. And then Tales of Berseria had it where there's still costume DLC, but like you could at least still get some of the costumes in the game. Not a whole lot, but there's still some.
It's like Spider-Man PS4 came out, and one of the most surprising things about that was there's like 30 costumes in that game.
The enemy's off balance. Well done.
And they're not DLC. And there were costumes added post-launch for free.
The enemy is down.
And there are costumes that were added in the DLC, but they weren't the focus of the DLC, they came with the story DLC.
Oh,
That was
nice.
a great battle.
Overall, I think Spider-Man PS4 ends up having like 50 costumes. Are all of them great? No. But did you have to pay for any of them specifically? No.
I mean, see, and that's the nice thing, is like being able to have access to that stuff without having the I guess it just kind of harks back of the old nostalgia of like the PS2 and previous games where it's like, wow, there's actually collectible shit I can get in the game that changes how my character looks.
Let's circle back around to Tales for a minute. One thing that's always been pretty popular in Tales is the Legacy costume DLC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You get a costume that lets you dress up as a character from previous games.
Mm-hmm.
And we circle back around to Atlas stuff. Like, Persona 5, the DLC that interested me most in that game was the DLC that let you dress the characters in costumes from other games. That wasn't even for the costumes, that was because they came with music from the other games. It's like you can get DLC that lets you dress the characters in Gekikan High School uniforms, and you get Mass Destruction as a battle theme with that.
The enemy's gone.
And it's like, yeah, that's great, I'm down for that. Did it need to be DLC? No. SMT5 launches, and at day one, there's a whole set of DLC as a bundle.
See, that's the thing that always gets me, is like, day one DLC.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
The fact that there's already DLC before the game even comes out, it's just like, wow,
That's it. The
why
enemy
is this
down.
content not already included?
And they try to justify it as like, oh, it's not important content, you won't need it to complete the story or anything. It's like, no, but it's shit you know people want in the game. Like Persona 5 Royal launches, like, oh, what DLC is there? Bonus battles with Minato, Arisato, and Yu Narukami. Well, you fucking know people want that.
Mm-hmm.
SMT5 did it again, bonus fight with Demi-Fiend.
Mm-hmm.
Day 1 DLC. SMT5 is arguably worse about that because the Fiends as a concept in SMT5 are locked behind that DLC. Don't get that DLC, no Fiends. When Fiends have been a regular feature since the first one.
It's weak against fire. There are 3 enemies left. The enemy's off balance.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
What an easy
There's a thing
win.
of Nocturne HD. Now Nocturne came out and they added DLC to that. And it's like the Dante stuff. Alright, people justified that because like they had to pay the licensing fee to Capcom again. It's like, okay, what about the rest of it?
My skill level has increased.
The rest of it's just usual modern day Atlas bullshit. The grinding DLC, the music pack DLCs, which were absolute
There are 3
garbage.
enemies.
But hey, you want to have more battle themes?
Keep it up. Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
It's like, hey, okay, so the music DLC gives you the battle theme for SMT1, SMT2,
What
and
an easy win.
I think SMT4. I don't think they put SMT4 Apocalypse in there, so just those 3. And it's like, you can put those battle themes as the battle theme in the game. Only on the world map. It's like, do you know how much time you spend on the world map in the entire game? It's like we played Nocturne, it took us over 100 hours. How much time did we spend on the world map? Maybe 3.
Yeah. It's like the world map really isn't the biggest part
There are 3 enemies.
of the game by far.
And it's like, oh, there's the rumour that Persona 4, Persona 3 Portable is going to get a remaster. And it's like, yeah, I look forward to Atlas adding DLC to that.
There are 3 enemies left.
This is it. Just 2 more to go.
It'd be hilarious to me though, like if they put it out and it's like, yeah, here's DLC, the answer. Like, cool, keep it.
Enemies left.
I want it.
There's one enemy left.
It sucks because I can totally see that.
That's the way.
Sega's done that before, and like Sega owns Atlas now. Sega's done that before. HD releases of Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2.
That was a great battle.
And those HD releases are literally just Adventure DX and Adventure 2 Battle. But the extra content from those has been taken out and put up as DLC.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so stupid.
So it's a case of like, they took Adventure when Adventure DX Director's Cut came out on GameCube. It added a mission mode and
There are 3
a
enemies.
bunch of the Sonic games from Game Gear. They took out the Sonic games from Game Gear, and it's just mission mode that's DLC now. So if you buy it on PC, PS3 or Xbox,
Keep it up. Well done.
you gotta buy the DLC for the mission mode. For Adventure 2, it was the multiplayer mode, because the main thing Adventure 2 Battle added was multiplayer, and it's the best multiplayer in the series. But if you want that in HD version, which is the GameCube version,
Here's our chance for an
which is what Battle was, you have to buy that multiplayer DLC separate.
The battle's over.
So they've taken these
No shadows
enhanced
are left.
versions, enhanced in air quotes, for Adventure 1, because like DX is weaker than original Adventure. Like they've taken the expanded versions, cut out the extra content from them, and then sold you the extra content as DLC. Mario and Luigi. I don't know, honestly. Because when it comes to Mario, it's like, if I'm going to throw a Mario RPG on there, it's like, do I do Mario and Luigi, or do I do, like, Paper Mario? Or Super Mario RPG?
There are
Could
3
be any of them.
enemies. Be careful.
But I could put one of them on there.
That's the
Yeah.
way.
Now's our chance.
Maybe Paper Mario, because if I do Paper Mario, then that opens up a 1,000-year door for me to do at some point.
Keep it up.
I've been waiting for this. Okay,
Which then opens up Super Paper Mario as well.
Enemy's gone. Great job.
We know everybody loves Super Paper Mario.
I mean, I enjoy Super Paper Mario. I wouldn't really consider it an RPG, though.
No, it's not. But it's a good game. It's a fun game with good writing.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2 help. The enemy's weak against.
Weak to ice, eh?
Keep it up.
all right, good job.
Yeah, I don't know. I could put a Mario one on there.
I've been waiting for this.
Although if I'm gonna go for a Nintendo RPG, would I want a Mario RPG on there?
I mean, Mario is Nintendo.
Yeah,
unless you
but
wanted
like,
to, unless you wanted to claim another the words, unless you wanted to claim another company for a certain other Nintendo RPG. You know, like that game company, and do a Pokemon one.
yeah, I don't want to do Pokemon.
You want to do Pokemon?
No, I don't.
I know you want to do Pokemon.
Isn't
What's your
like
favorite
only one
Pokemon,
of
Chrono?
Mario- Isn't only one of the Mario and Luigi games Capcom? Because that was back during the period where Capcom also collaborated with Zelda.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Minish Cap is a great Zelda game. I don't care. Don't take criticism. Oh, Jack Frost produced an item. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, it's possible that Superstar Saga is. The rest of them, I'm pretty sure, are just Nintendo. Published by Nintendo, developed by Alpha Dreams. Super Mario RPG is Square developed, Nintendo published. Paper Mario is Nintendo published, developed by Intelligent Systems.
Intelligent Systems, they... Yeah, I was gonna say, they did Fire Emblem, right? That'd be the thing of like, oh yeah, do Mario for Nintendo, do Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance for Intelligent Systems. Do Pokemon for that game company, because I'm going to keep bugging you about that.
No, I don't want to do Pokemon, it's boring.
Alright. God damn it, Yukari.
Obey my command.
God damn it, Mitsuru.
I've heard Origami King is decent. But like, it's not quite a return to the high of Thousand Year Door or even Super Paper Mario writing-wise. Probably because like they're still under the mandate that Miyamoto seems to put out that no original characters keep using Toads.
If you get into trouble, run.
Yeah.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
That was a close one.
Yeah, I think like anything that falls under like Nintendo's umbrella, which would include Fire Emblem, Mario, any of the Mario RPGs, stuff like Xenoblade. I'm sure there's another RPG series they've done. Golden Sun. Golden Sun was Nintendo. I'm sure Golden Sun was Nintendo, developed by Camelot. Aerith is done. There we go. I like that. Like, the characters having names really helped. And yeah, some of the names were pretty generic, like Goombario and Goombella. The Koopa partner in Paper Mario 1 is just called Koopa. But it's Koopa with an ER.
Too easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, my skill level is increased.
So we just came off Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on the follower goal. So it'll be a little while before we throw another Nintendo one on there. But it could be a Mario RPG. Maybe I'll make it crazy and make it Xenoblade.
Be careful.
Everyone wants to see
I
Xenoblade,
still
right?
need to go through Xenoblade.
What was it?
I still need to go through Xenoblade.
I started. I did it for like 10 hours. I was like, do I want to stop this so I can do it on stream?
You found the enemy's weakness.
And then like, I haven't played it
Let's
since.
finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
There's so many games that I need to sit down and actually play this
That was
year.
a great battle.
Yeah, I could put Golden Sun on there. God knows I've been kind of debating doing Golden Sun for a while. I feel like people would be happy with Golden Sun.
Golden Sun is a series that I've been wanting to go through, and I own none of it.
You mean you own all of it?
I mean, yes.
Yes.
Yes. But I've heard great things about Golden Sun.
Yeah, I've heard Golden Sun's like one of the best RPGs on GBA. Which is high praise considering how many RPGs are on GBA.
GBA has a solid catalog of RPGs. The DS had a solid catalog of RPGs.
So did the PSP. I feel like people forget like just how great handhelds were for RPGs from like GBA to the end of the 3DS. It's like the Game Boy Color had a few, but it weren't much. And then Game Boy Advance started really getting them. And then it continued with the PSP, the DS, the Vita, and the 3DS.
Like, handhelds were just really good for that. And now it's like the only handheld that really exists in the current age is the Switch. And even then, I don't consider the Switch a handheld system.
Not the regular. If I'm playing Switch in handheld, that's what I use my Switch Lite for. Switch is just an uncomfortable handheld.
Yeah, like, that's kind of the problem. And it's funny because, I mean, like, the buttons are similar in size, if not a bit bigger, than, like, 3DS and stuff handhelds, but I think it's because the size of the screen and the way that the Switch itself is set up that it just makes it uncomfortable.
I've said before, like, the weight of the system's a problem. The way you balance it, it's not a good way to grip it. It's a weighty system with no good way to grip it. And the fact that a lot of the holding up, a lot of that is done on the Joy-Cons, which very quickly feel like they're just loose in the sliders.
Yeah, like, that's the biggest thing. Like, there's only really 3 games that I will play in handheld mode on my Switch at the moment. And those 3 games are
Sakura Suki,
Mortal
Kombat 11 Ultimate, and of course Nocturne.
Unfortunately, I have Nocturne for PS4.
This appears to be just the beginning.
Sorry, I am not a part of the mobile Nocturne gang.
Why own it on PS4 when you already got it on PS2? I can already play Nocturne at home.
Yeah, but this time I can have Rido.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
You can
And
already
I only
do
got it for like $10, so...
No, you were saying 3 games you play Switch on portable.
Well done.
Runbow, Animal Crossing New Horizons, and SMP 5.
Enemies off balance.
I keep... like, Rumble goes on sale a lot, and I look at it and it's like, oh, it's multiplayer. I guess I'm not buying it.
Runbow does have a multiplayer mode, but mainly Runbow is like a platforming puzzle game. Like, I don't think I could really recommend it to you, Chihiro.
I've got a lot of shit on my Switch as it is already.
Yeah, I feel like it's the type of, like, puzzle platforming that might piss you off. Because I know it pisses me off occasionally.
How do you think Catherine's gonna go?
I mean, you've already been through Catherine once, so I know you can handle it.
I never finished Catherine.
It's a What?
I didn't finish Catherine.
There are 4 enemies.
Oh.
That's actually not even a case of I got annoyed, like, I kind of stopped.
I've beaten Catherine numerous times. I still need to go back to Catherine Full Body and get the new content mode, because I kind of fucked up on my last couple playthroughs for that.
What an easy win.
But I actually really enjoyed Catherine. The puzzle platforming... The puzzle
it's not like I
platforming
didn't
in
go anywhere with it. I
is...
played quite a lot of Catherine. I just kind of stopped.
Yeah, the puzzle platforming in Runbow is different from Catherine. It's very, like, color-based. and a lot of things can feel cheap because
There are 2 enemies.
I feel like when I do Catherine, it'd be a good idea to get somebody in on mic with me, because at some point I'm going to start focusing on what I'm doing.
of it. You gotta have somebody there with you so that the only thing you're listening to is not just edge. Edge. Edge.
That's it. The enemy is
The
down.
enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall by my hand.
Welcome
You know,
back, Coin.
they had to have known the sexual component of the word edge when they did that, right?
Yeah, probably. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of stuff in Catherine that is pretty sexualized.
Yeah, it was very much, it had to have been deliberate. Edge for Catherine.
My skills have improved.
Yeah, it's like with Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'm noticing quite a bit that when the battles really get going, I'm pretty quiet because I'm really focused. I'll tell you when you're older, Titanium.
I can do it. Couldn't defeat
And
all
yeah,
the
I feel that
enemies
when
left.
playing Final Fantasy VII R, it feels like you gotta focus a bit more with it. Then again, it is more action-oriented compared to the original Final Fantasy VII.
But I'm still working on the strategies in my head while I'm dealing with it, because it is still that kind of game.
What an
Yeah, I
easy
guess
win.
Catherine, that'd be a good idea for me to have somebody on there on mic with me.
I feel like
I don't know who. Is that throat clearing you suggesting yourself there, Chance?
no, of course not. Why would I ever do that?
Because it's an Atlas game and you also really like it.
I mean, it's also made by the SMT team,
Mm-hmm.
so cough cough.
Hades is another game. Like, I've got Hades and I've just not played it.
It's weak against fire.
Yeah, same here. Hades, me getting Hades is actually a bit of a funny story.
2 enemies
It made me realize, don't buy video games when you're drunk.
Keep it up.
Because I ended up buying my copy of Hades on eBay used for like $10 more than it sold new. So, yeah, don't buy video games when you're drunk. I'll eventually get around to playing Hades, though. It looks really good.
I'll probably do it on stream for a little while, I don't know.
This appears to be just the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, that is also a very valid point, Star.
Don't buy anything when you're drunk, especially not alcohol.
I think the alcohol is already bought at that point, Chrono.
There's always more alcohol.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could buy more, but... trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, you know?
It's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea to give you benefit of the doubt.
And alcohol.
And alcohol.
Alright, let's save it. Let's hit the Velvet Room.
You gotta figure out what our other best girl is up to.
Yeah, why go to you go?
Gotta date Igor.
Welcome to my Velvet Room. What I call my bum. Alcohol. Cause of and solution to all of life's problems. That's a Simpsons quote.
Thank you for the clarification.
Honestly, if it sounds smart or stupid, it's probably it's always a
If it sounds smart and stupid.
yeah, it's always a fucking Simpsons quote. We get rid of Naga, we can have Ares. Who is of the Chariot? Who is Chariot in this game? Somebody I already have at rank 5.
It is Yuko, right?
No, Yuko's Strength.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Shit, who's Chariot?
Chihiro is Justice.
Is it Kaz?
I'm sure he's like Hierophant.
Who the hell is Chariot?
Hidetoshi's Emperor, right?
Yeah, Toji's Emperor. You sure Kaz isn't?
Yeah, I'm sure he's like Hierophant. No, is he? Who's Hierophant?
Hierophant's the old couple, aren't they?
Yeah, maybe. It doesn't matter, I'm not getting this.
It's just like, who are you? Never mind.
It's like Berith has all of this stuff. Naga has all of this stuff. Ares doesn't really get a whole lot out of it. So if I'm gonna do Ares, like, I'll need different stuff. Rebellion, not bad. Very physical based. Yeah, fuck it, do that.
It's like, we're not gonna get you, on second thought.
Yeah, let me just reevaluate what you're actually gonna get. Ah, the Simpsons references. Oh, it is, Kaz.
Hey, I was right. See, I do pay attention.
Nice counter. Persona Ares has emerged from the sea of your soul. Let me see. Lilym is done. I combine Lilym with Aramitama. Who can we combine with Mithra? We can combine with Oberon, we can get Mithra. Zio and Bufu. With Medea.
Hama, Mabufu, Bufu, Zio, Medea. That's some pretty nice stuff.
Yeah. Let's go with it. The only real problem there is that we don't have Temperance. I don't remember who Temperance is. As much as like Persona 3 is my favourite of 3, 4, and 5, there's a lot of social links I just don't touch. Like the Go Making, the Exchange Student, I don't really do.
I think the exchange student might be Temperance.
Might be.
I did that social link once.
There's
I
also
did
the
the gourmet
thing of,
king social link once.
Yeah. There's
'Cause
also the
he's
thing of
Moon.
a bunch of the social links aren't available until like way later in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mitsuru's social link isn't available until way late in the game. Aegis isn't available until way late in the game. I think Yukari doesn't become available as a social link until like way late in the game.
Yeah, she's at least a little over halfway through the game before you can start her social link.
Yeah.
Because the game... The story in the game starts in April. And I think you aren't able to do Yukari until, like, August? Or September? Something like that?
A surprise attack! 2 enemies!
Let's try.
It's definitely a weakness of Persona 3 that is
It's weak
dealt with the following games in the series.
Then again, Persona 3 was the first one that they did the social links with, so it would make sense that like they would figure out what they kind of messed up on and improve upon it when doing the follow-up games.
But it's also tied to the whole thing with like most of your party also isn't available for social links here.
enemy is down!
The enemy is down.
Which, I mean, there's something that can be said, but I feel like that's more of a meta point that I don't want to touch on quite yet.
Like, they knew you didn't want to be friends with Junpei.
Yeah.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
Well, I guess we're going home because Yukari's dead. Don't see you, Yukari.
No, at least we're right next to the access point.
Yeah, let's go.
Have we seriously just been grinding for like an hour and a half?
Yeah. You have the day off. You have a date.
Oh man, I forgot. Who are we dating?
Let's go.
It is Beth's girl. What movie we going to see today? Went to see a film. It was a horror film, apparently. You tried, Titanium. You tried.
I was in FES on the stream last night, and like people came in, and I think it was Melly was like, "Has anybody seen Welcome to Raccoon City?" I was like, "I've not." He was like, "Don't."
What is Welcome to Raccoon City?
The new Resident Evil movie.
Seriously?
Where is everybody?
That's a valid question. Everybody was just like, fuck this. It's like, who wants to be social?
You guys realize we have couches and shit downstairs, not these terrible stool things. They're all fucking weird. It's canon that Minato is a cold person.
Mm-hmm.
Cold and aloof. There's one thing they made a point of when they introduced the FEMC for Portable, that she's a lot warmer than Minato is.
Which, I mean, it also kind of plays into their color schemes as well. Minato being very blue and hers being very, like, red.
It's closer to pink. It is pink.
Pink is still a hue of red.
No, it's a hue of pink.
Tell me, Chrono, how do you get the color pink?
You take purple and you dial it a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that would create lavender.
You know what? Ask me that question again.
Alright. How do you get the color pink?
You take her out on a date first.
God damn it, Chrono.
What kind of teacher opens class by saying, "Doesn't the octopus in this picture look creepy?"
I mean...
It's like that, there's that one meme from Family Guy, which like, one thing that's been kind of positive about recent Family Guy is how all the characters seem to be way less tolerant of each other's bullshit. And so there's the one meme of Peter sitting down in the bar, and Quagmire says like some really weird shit to him. And Peter's like, "Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down." It depends, Titanium. Are you a Trekkie? It is devilfish. You can bunk all you want. My skull is made of titanium mesh alloy. Shut the fuck up, Junpei. Class is ended for today. Who do I want to hang out with? I should probably go.
Can you get anywhere with best girl?
No, it's student council day today. Yeah, we're about ready to level up. Sports club. What do you do when you know horny bonk makes people horny?
I need to find a way to upgrade, I suppose.
Don't give him my address, Yuko. I gave you my address because I trust you. Not give him my address.
Out of the different clubs that you had the option to go for, it was kendo,
Kendo, track, and swimming.
Kendo, track, and swimming. Yeah, I feel like this plot point would have made more sense for track.
Yeah, I guess like an arm thing. The ligament in the arm. I'm gonna cripple myself so my nephew doesn't feel alone. That's dumb as fuck, Kaz. If I become #1 in Japan, you have to do a rehab. It's like... Seriously? If I go to space...
That seems like a pretty
You've got to
extreme...
eat your Brussels sprouts. Everybody tells me their problems is like... Stop telling me your problems.
You just happen to be the guy with the weird colored hair with your hands in your pockets sitting in the corner. Of course somebody has to come talk to you.
Stop telling me your problems, Kaz. He does have a weird face shape, doesn't he?
I mean, it's more elongated.
It's one expression he makes. Like, one expression that makes it look really bad.
I suppose.
Sup, dude?
Fuck off, Junpei. Alright, let's go see what people have been doing in the command room. I gripe, but like, this is completely optional. Watch a recording.
I know it's completely optional, but it does add to the fun of it.
Yeah, you get like little extra character details. No.
Oh, it's Mitsuru.
No, you
This way,
can't,
officer.
Titanium.
By the time I realized the door was halfway open, his room was already in this state. I've left the place untouched, as you requested.
Whose room is this?
Junpei Iori, a junior. I've been attempting to reach him on his cell phone, but he hasn't responded in the last 30 minutes. It was careless of me to let my guard down. This dorm has been attacked in the past. Security is everyone's concern, but if anything happens to him, it's ultimately my responsibility.
I feel like we've explained the problem with
I hate
Junpei
to
like
say
a
it, Miss
lot
Chihiro,
already.
but this is most likely.
Huh? Mitsuru-senpai? What the hell? Kurosawa-san? What's going on here?
Iori? Where were you? I've been trying to contact you.
Huh? Oh, it was hot and the AC was busted, so I went to the manga cafe and fell asleep.
Well, I'm just glad you're safe. But if it wasn't an attack, then it must have been theft. Why would the burglar target this room?
Theft?
What
This
else
is
could it
really
be?
dumb.
Someone clearly tore through the room looking for something.
Like, how
Vandalizing
can
the
you
school
not
dorm.
get that Junpei's a
When I
slob?
find out who did this, I'll see to it that he or she is executed.
Oh, jeez.
Well, son, sounds like you've got a death sentence. How about it, Iori? Was this room in fact vandalized?
Well, my room always looks like
Like,
this.
it really paints Mitsuru as being
What?
not only lacking in common
What?
sense,
You can't possibly live here in this state,
but, like,
can you? And the
completely
door was
unaware
open.
of how the members of her
Oh,
team
right.
are.
I wanted to air the place out while I was gone. No one we don't know ever comes around, so...
I think this case is
Junpei,
closed.
Junpei, Junpei.
May I return to my duties, Miss Kirijo?
Yes. I'm sorry you had to see something so disgraceful. I apologize for all this. It seems my upbringing may have been more sheltered than I realized.
Come on, at least yell at me or something. What's the deal with you calling the police over a messy room anyway? What did I do to deserve this?
Oh, let me list the reasons.
Hey, wait. That fortune I drew on the way back, it was... worst luck.
There's also a thing like, there are cameras in all the rooms. I think this is the first time we actually get to see one of the recordings of a dorm room ourselves. And previously the
Hello?
recording is for the command room. Like, that brings a point of like, oh, there's a camera in Junpei's room. What if there are cameras in the other rooms? We know there's a camera in our room. The character doesn't, but we know. Hmm. Take a potato chip and eat it. There's a choir in the background.
Huh?
Yeah, so what's going on here?
How the heck did I...
Let me just put a small TV in
What the
this
hell
bag of
is
potato
this?
chips.
Good evening. Are you surprised? Truth be told, we all visit this world every night.
What are you saying? Who the hell are you?
Didn't Mommy teach you any manners? You haven't introduced yourself. Take a look. Name, address, age, etc. This is you, right?
Where did you get this?
Somebody's got a grudge against you, and they asked us to get revenge.
Okay.
Revenge? What kind of bullshit is this? Who put you up to this?
Can't tell ya. We're professionals.
You
Professionals?
don't look like professionals.
Bullshit. You mean the rumors on the net are true? Hey, wait, I haven't done anything! Why me? What did I do?
That is not our concern. Your notion of right and wrong is irrelevant. My client's wishes are all that matter. People hear what they choose to hear and believe what they want to believe.
I forgot these guys appear this early. I thought they didn't actually appear until after the
Get
next
away
full
from
moon.
me!
That's
You
actually pretty
squeal
neat that
most
they're here.
magnificent.
I agree that I didn't think they were here
Such
until after
raw
the next full
emotion.
moon. It goes off and now Jesus is here.
He's not dead.
I mean, that's one
Doesn't
way to
matter.
meet Jesus.
We've held up our end of the bargain. Besides, tomorrow this will just seem like some random crime.
I like how the description
If
for
there's
this one
nothing
is
else,
smart-looking guy.
It's like, he doesn't
That
look
is-
like
Rather tired.
No, he does not. That is not the first descriptor that comes to mind.
So yeah, there we go. Group of people operating, killing people, it seems, during the dark hour. Alright, appreciate you sticking around, Clem.
If you're able to get some good rest, Clem, and take care of yourself.
But yep, that's obviously something we're going to end up having to deal with.
Go
group that
dream of
can-
Junpei.
A group that commits crimes that can operate during the dark hour. It's like, who's going to stop them? What up? Oh, bye. Alright, so I want to go and hit the market first. Before I forget it. No, she wanted to touch butts. I love that as like a descriptor of something, touch butts. Because it's so dumb. Absolutely fantastic. You'll come over and touch butts. Pharmacy. I need to get some revival beads. Better some revival beads, old man. There we go. I can only buy 2. Damn. Remember, when dating a woman, it's most important to slap her titties. She'll love it. No, I'm selling stuff to the police. We'll buy weapons off them later. Let me buy like 3 more revival beads though. Let's go back to school. Yeah, one thing Persona 4 added that was subsequently added in Persona 3 Portable is if you press square, you'll bring up a quick menu that lets you travel between areas a lot faster. Which, you know, I definitely appreciate. Yeah, let's go home. I don't have a Persona of the Justice Arcana anymore. Alright, ChanceEm is just taking a quick break and we'll move back shortly. In the meantime, we dated. What up? Yep, yeah, I remember. Oh, you mean you want to be best friends? They should get another Justice Persona. She might get upset if you go out with another girl, and by that she means just hang out with another girl. She's precious, don't hurt her, give her the spotter. You're giving mixed signals there, Titanium. Oh boy. If you make the wrong move, you'll fuck up the social link. Meanwhile...
Hi, how are you today? Just one?
I'll have what he's having.
Coming right up. One house special!
How can you eat the same thing all the time without getting sick of it?
Good food is good food.
Shut up. You always eat that protein shit.
Here you go, one house special. Be careful, it's hot.
It's that.
You still haven't made up your mind?
Is that what this is about?
We've got 4 new members. Things have changed quite a bit since you left. We're more aggressive now.
I'm not interested.
Think about it, Shinji. Don't let your power go to waste.
My power ain't worth shit.
Shinji!
Don't swear in public,
I
Shinji.
made up my mind a long time ago. I ain't going back.
You have to let the past go. What's done is done. It's time you moved on.
You should talk.
What?
Face it, you're no different than me.
Welcome back.
2 weeks. Yeah, I don't want to go without Akihiko because then I'll have to use Junpei. Alright. Unexplained explosion near our school 10 years ago. There was an explosion near the school. A bunch of students refused to go to school. People claim the incidents are related. No fucking shit. Like, goddamn. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That sound like Junpei Yukara. Alright, Chance is back.
Yep. Apparently my laptop decided that it was just going to have a meltdown for a brief moment.
Busy cars. Oh, hey, Chihiro. Yeah, sure.
Are you a peaceful robot, Chrono?
Bitch, I might be. Find out next time on Mecha Ball Z. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I'm friends with Junpei.
Well,
Yeah.
first off, being friends with Junpei might be why you're dumb.
Nope, I am very busy. Study! Time to go to bed. So yeah, we saw our first instance of the possibility of reversing a social link. And the warning that since we're now apparently serious with Chihiro, she wouldn't like it if we go out with another girl. Which I'm pretty sure is just a case of spending any time with another girl.
A little bit too much on the jealousy there.
All the girls are like that. It's what makes dealing with social links in this game such a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But since we're also now going apparently serious with Chihiro, if we spend too much time not dating her, then
that also causes a problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dating a girl, the time between like required social interactions is less.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, like, one of them's Yukari, one of them's Mitsuru. And I doubt Chihiro would get jealous of Mitsuru. I feel like this is lagging a bit. Give me a second. Let me reset this. Okay. So it's lagging less now and it looks much smoother. That's better. I just noticed it looked like the stream was jittery. Yeah, I guess. How bad of an idea is this going to be? Is that your son?
Oh my god!
Call me Big Sis. Fucking weird. It's weird, Yuko. You're being weird.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope Chihiro doesn't turn out to be Yandere.
I mean, some people are into that.
There are better ways to die.
Are there?
Yes. This would make more sense if Yuko was managing the track team.
I agree. Like, it really is obvious that, certain sports are what should be the quote-unquote canon one. See, Mir has the right thought.
Yeah, if a guy's gonna kill it, let it be with a thighs, not with a knife. Yeah. Go for it, I guess. You're always talking about how you're already basically managing a bunch of children anyway. Oh boy. That's Chance's double standards at work there, Titanium.
Well, I mean... shit. I guess this is where I just gotta pull up the shovel and just add another, like, dig to that hole I've been digging for a while.
Like, I don't base. I mean, I guess one of the main things about doing Tartarus is knowing how to pace yourself. Yuko thinks of you as a trustworthy guy. Great. Don't let it go further. Apparently I'm with Chihiro now. I wasn't asked about that, but apparently I am. Again, something Persona 4 does a lot better. They actually ask you before you go into a relationship with girls.
Mm-hmm.
You can say yes if you're dating one person already. Same with Persona 5. You might have seen the that one thing of Persona 5, like, oh yeah, you dated everybody and now they've all come round with Christmas presents at the same time. Every single one of them.
Do they all, like, see each other and go, wait a sec?
They're all in the cafe at the same time with presents for you. And they're not
well
happy.
then. I mean, that's valid to not be happy about that.
I haven't properly looked into it, but there might be a specific unique scene if you've done, like, if you got into a relationship with every girl. And I think like Persona 5 has the most potential romance options. It's definitely more than 4. I can't remember exactly how many there are in 3. There's what do you got? Yukari. You can date Fuka, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Mitsuru, Aegis technically counts. Chihiro, Yuko, so that's 5. I guess Maya. No, Maya doesn't count.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not so sure about that one.
So yeah, like Persona 5, I guess, just have the most romance options. No, I don't want to go at Tartarus tonight. We hit the barrier. Like, you think we should just like speedball it to the next full moon?
Sure, why not?
I'm gonna study. Always study. Study all the time. Study for finals.
That is why you are a smart MC.
I'm smart.
Smart.
SMRT. Oh, hey, Shaun. I saw you hanging out with that team manager yesterday.
Oh,
What's
no.
that about? Yeah, sure. Chihiro really wants to go to the used bookstore with you. That's why I'm gonna go alone.
How rude.
Oh boy.
I still want to know how this dude became a teacher. He's just like, oh yeah, let's just go on about some occult stuff, you know?
God, that was boring. Alright. So, you want to go home? Oh, yeah, bookstore? Go to fucking the bookstore?
That's a little bit, got some questions for you about that.
That's what you do with girls who like the smell of paper.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm. Since our breaks during the day are so short, I just read. This is not enough time for us to see each other. And also, it's 2009, and the video game systems we have don't really support save states. This is a PlayStation game, I can't have a Nintendo DS and put it in sleep mode.
Look, I'm interested in the teacher's backstory, okay? Like, weird occult shit's going on every night at midnight, and you have a random teacher just spouting random occult shit.
All the books on this shelf are only 100 yen each, so I can afford them in my allowance. I imagine you're going to end up reading a lot of shit like that. It would be interesting, but also, like, that's a lot of time. It'd be a case of, like, I think it worked where it was like, oh yeah, no, all the DVDs on this shelf are 100 yen each. I've seen some shit. But also, it's like, it's how you just pass the time at night in 2009. I'll admit, like, I've seen some shit. Movies that friends have lent to me, movies that have just been on Netflix, and it's like, I'm paying for Netflix anyways, let's just watch this, whatever it is, the premise sounds interesting, and I've seen some shit. Even before that, it's like, okay, I have 5 TV channels, there's a movie on one of them tonight, let's watch it. I've seen some shit that way. That kind of thing.
Uh-oh. Chihiro, the ultimate fangirl.
Hmm. I really hope Chihiro doesn't take cues from that. You were hanging out with that team manager, weren't you? Buy me that manga. Okay, so what I need to do is max this social link as quickly as possible. And then I think when the social link is maxed, it can't be broken or reversed.
I think so. I think that's how that works.
Then we can start dating Yuko.
Mm-hmm.
Sup, dude?
Fuck off. I did have enough money to buy them for her. Oh well.
We aren't gonna question that.
What's a high school doing with 18,000 yen? It's none of your business.
18,000. That's like $180 basically.
I work for the legitimate gentleman's business club. See who gets that reference. If Clem was here, Clem would get it. If he didn't, I'd be disappointed. What up, Yuko? No, I can't. I've actually got the date. I like Yuko's casual wear.
Her casual wear's nice.
ChanceEm disapproves.
I don't disapprove.
ChanceEm disapproves of you noticing that he disapproves. ChanceEm silently disapproves of you noticing that he disapproves, that he noticed that he disapproves. To be fair, I didn't get all of that money from the Nightmare Dimension. I sold the stuff that I got in the Nightmare Dimension to get that money. ChanceEm will approve later when his double standard kicks in.
You're not gonna let me live that down, are you, Titanium?
Alright, I should probably hang out with Kenji.
Do we have to hang out with Kenji though?
Yeah, if I leave it too long, it'll reverse, and Magician is a fairly common arcana.
Alright, fair.
The bond between you seems to be growing. It's not a bond. Hey, Magic.
Hi, Magic.
We get Magic shout, please. Magic's cool people.
Yeah, give me a moment here.
Akiko, where the fuck are you going? Hey, where have you been? I'm going. Okay. Ask me where I've been, and I'm not going to tell me where you're going. What do you want? Oh no, I've suddenly fallen deathly ill. I should go upstairs and rest.
It's like, that's nice. Goodbye.
1.21 gigawatts! It's the women's restroom.
I'm doing pretty good, Magic. I hope you're doing well.
Magic's good people.
Not just a single person, but a people.
Yeah, regular streams with his brother. Like, the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough has been a co-op run with his brother.
Hmm.
They're good people. My condition has become good. Now I can study more. I wish I had a chance of getting Magic streams more often these days. Wish I had a chance of getting, like, everybody streams more often. Except ChanceEms.
Hey. I'm trying.
If I could pass out with someone I liked, I wouldn't mind being unconscious. The fuck is wrong with you? Class has ended for today. Go home. Return to your ugly families. Yuko or Chihiro? Yuko or Chihiro?
I feel like you should probably go after Chihiro.
Wish I had the time to do things I want and not things I need. Yeah. Wish I had the time to live my life.
There's a huge mood.
Yeah. Grinding a lot on 14, not sure if it's worth streaming, so I've been offline for a bit. That's fair enough. Definitely give props to 14 for not being as grindy as it was at launch. Like, Realm Reborn was super grindy towards the end game at launch. Just that the whole Kurthus area was so grindy. They fixed that. It took them a while, but they fixed it. There's more ways to regularly get experience now. It's not so bad. That's the thing, Ted, saying, like, it's not all fluff. A lot of the stuff that is after the end of Realm Reborn's story is still important story stuff. Like, they regularly patched in more story content. And then, like, there's a big event that happens just before Heavensward that pushes you towards Ishgard. So, like, the story there does still matter. It's not just a case of defeat ultimate weapon and then you're done. I probably should have gone with Yuko because I have that date with Chihiro today.
Mm-hmm.
And like this will push up my standing with Chihiro. Blue mage abilities, huh? No, I understand that, Titanium. I hit a point at one point where I was just mostly skipping a lot of FF14 stuff. I'd have my headphones on, I'd be listening to a podcast while I was doing it for like hours on end. We got rid of a lot of the side stuff. I mean, I suppose a lot of it is unnecessary now, especially with the increased XP outputs and stuff. But like, it'd be a good idea to keep a lot of it for leveling second classes and stuff. I don't know. Does that change now? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going back to it. I'm going to study. You know what I've been thinking of lately? It's like, I'm doing FF7 Remake at the minute. And like, when that's done, I want to go back and, like, I want to do Metroid Dread. Do that blind playthrough of Metroid Dread. And then, like, of course, the playthrough, Two Thrones playthrough. To finish off Sands of Time trilogy. After that, I might do Blood Omen. That could be fun. I wanted to like get this like ZK series started anyway.
I know you've mentioned Legacy of Kain a few times.
I do like Legacy of Kain. It was one of the point wars at one point, 100,000 for a full series run. There'd be Blood Omen, Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2, Defiance.
Dang.
The problem with that is, like, the series, gameplay-wise, gets worse as it goes. It's like, oh, I'm going to do all those in, like, a marathon idea. Like, that and nothing else. Like, that starts high and ends low. Blood Omen is definitely the best. It's also the one that's aged the best.
Junpei regularly just not paying attention.
Which way does the water spin when it goes down the drain in the Northern Hemisphere? You know what helps with this? The Simpsons. The episode Bart versus Australia, where the crux of the plot and why Bart has to deliver an apology to Australia is because he's trying to prove that somewhere the water spins in the other direction when it goes down the drain. So he does a collect call to Australia that costs the person he calls like $800.
Yep, I remember that.
I'm gonna report this to the Prime Minister. Hey, Mr. Prime Minister! Andy! I can't remember. Never gonna give me the right answer. What a dick. It reminds me, there's one question in Persona 5 that feels like the answer they give you is wrong. And it's like, did people dream in colour before the invention of colour TVs?
That's a serious question.
That's a serious question. And the answer is no. And it's like, what?
The fuck? How do you prove that?
And besides that, it's like, why? Why didn't people dream in colour before colour TVs?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, was the world in black and white until The Wizard of Oz came out?
Apparently so.
Fucking dumb question, it irritates me. You can feel your friendship growing stronger as you sit in the same room as Hidetoshi.
Eventually. It'll eventually get there.
Sorry to bother you, Fuka. It's okay. What's on your mind? Well, I was hoping you could do me a favor with your skill. I was doing some research on our school, and I came across something strange. 10 years ago, a lot of students missed school for some reason.
Yeah, it was when
They
there
were
was the
reported
weird
as
explosion.
absent, but I found some records that
Which, like,
suggested
why
it was
wouldn't
something
students refuse?
serious.
If there's an explosion
Do
at your
you know
school,
anything
why
about
wouldn't
it,
you refuse
Kuka?
to go?
Me?
World is also
not
flat.
really.
Ugh.
I know it was a long time ago, but doesn't it seem suspicious to you? From what I've heard, this isn't the first time shadows have appeared. Wait, are you saying? I don't know, but I wonder. And I'm not trying to make trouble, but
But it's all Mitsuru's
Mitsuru
fault.
Senpai acts kind of weird whenever someone asks us questions about Tartarus. Does she? I just want to know what happened back then. If it doesn't have anything to do with the shadows, then fine.
I understand. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Welcome back.
So yeah, we're getting to the point now where it's like, oh yeah, stuff's going on, and prior to this, the shadows seem like a regular occurrence, like a natural occurrence, perhaps. We don't know what's going on with Dark Hour, but for all we know, it is a natural occurrence. Like at this point, like we start getting deeper into what is actually the backstory of all of it. And like I say, it's around this point where the story really starts to actually hit. 8 sessions in. I say that mostly as a joke, because like, it eases you into it fairly well. It's not as though nothing's happening. Like Persona 4. Who's gonna bother me today? Oh.
Kenji's just like, hey, so...
If a girl asks me to do anything, I'm going there and not with you. Oh, look at that.
It's time to hang out with Chihiro. Sorry.
I want to go to that used bookstore. Yeah, like, the game kind of eases you into it before it becomes a case of like, yeah, this is what's going on with the plot. I appreciate that. It's one thing I do enjoy about Persona 3 more than 4 is just like the overall plot. So that the Persona 4's plot is bad, it's just a very small scale. Murder mystery in a small town. Whereas this, it's like, what is this? What is the Dark Hour? Does it affect more than just this island? Does it affect everywhere? Who knows? And like, as the mystery of the Dark Hour gets looked into more and more, it becomes more interesting. Ah, I remember this bit.
Uh-oh. Oh, jeez.
Back the fuck up. Oh, we're gonna have to do something to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
What we do is we don't go and buy that manga collection right now.
Yes. Do not buy the manga collection.
What we do is we find Junpei and steal whatever he's got on him.
Yep. That is obviously the answer to all of this.
Mm-hmm. Level 7.
So we're getting close.
Welcome back.
Alright. Fuck all y'all, I'm going to study. Yeah, he's been up in his room studying like every night for 3 weeks. You think he's doing anything weird up there?
I don't think... You know what? That would be more of a question for Junpei. But then again, I don't think Junpei studies.
Hey, Junpei says he's been studying for weeks. You think he's telling the truth? No, he hasn't. Absolutely lying. Playing this on an actual PS2, Magic. That's why it looks so bad. I mean, you get used to it. You get used to like the way it looks. I think the stream probably has it worse because like you've got the screen and then like right next to it this high resolution picture.
Can you guess what I'm going to tell you?
Is it that you've left mints on my pillow?
It's like, oh, hi there, little boy. This is not uncomfortable whatsoever.
Please knock. It's nice to see that we've grown past the masturbation jokes. But you can't see where my hand is right now. Because it is under the covers. I'm just gonna keep staring at you while I do this, Pharaohs. You wanna leave? It's your call. What I've got with this is the PS2 is outputting through component cable connected to an HD converter, HDMI converter, which is then hooked up to the capture card.
Be careful, okay?
It is the best video quality I can get out of the PS2.
I'll come again.
It's good. Some games look better than others, honestly. Back when we did Yakuza, Yakuza had widescreen. So we did Yakuza in widescreen, and I feel like that looks pretty bad. Sir, we were on the same train. No, you didn't get the train, did you? You got fucking driven here. Fucking limo pulls up to the dorm every morning. Mitsuru doesn't give anybody else a ride.
Yeah, I was like, you think Mitsuru takes the train to school?
Same way yours was set up. I don't have Soul Reaver set up right now. Soul Reaver 2. I could check it out real quick before we end. Mitsuru rides something. It ain't a bike. A bike's been destroyed. Probably a limit. You can feel your friendship growing stronger as you sit in the same room as Hidetoshi again.
Where have you been?
None of your business, Akihiko. I'm actually a little concerned. Do you think we should go and level up? Or do some grinding?
You're concerned about the next full moon?
The issue is, if we hit it, like, we'll be stuck there.
That's true. How much leveling have we done since the previous full moon?
Well, we hit the barrier with 17 days to go, and we haven't gone back in since then.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, that's fair. We could go back and do some grinding.
Yeah, no, I feel like maybe some games also display at different resolutions. A little higher resolution than others. There's an interesting case of, like, the PS2 through a component, as far as I'm aware, can support up to 1080i. But there's only one game I'm aware of that actually supports that, and that's Gran Turismo 4. Get in my party. Get in my party. Get in my party. Go home, Junpei, nobody likes you. Let's say 36. Baby clam. Alright. This way. Alright, it might be too low. Yeah, that is a possibility. Let me get this. Putting it through the HD converter does actually stretch it. I shrink it back down for the stream. This is how it looks natively. Yeah, I shrink it back down for the stream. And when I'm playing it on the TV, I set my TV to 4:3. I'm playing mine on a 43-inch.
If you get into trouble, run!
Here's our chance.
Only 2 remain.
You're pretty good too, Takiba.
That was easy.
That is possible. But yeah, it will generally look worse stretched. I think, like, even if you play it on PS3 via PS2 Classics,
It has multiple.
Persona 3's again looks terrible stretched. And, like, the PS3 gives you the option to just put it stretched, it's awful. Alright, Mithra.
2 enemies left. That's it. The enemy is down. That's the way.
Supposedly, there's no confirmation on it yet. I did read the Eurogamer article on that. And it was all like, yeah, people have been seeing PS3 games available to purchase on PS5. But the person writing the article couldn't actually reproduce that when they tried themselves. Like, whether it's an actual thing, whether it's a glitch, whether it's something they're going to be announcing soon, who knows. It'd be great if they were. Because, let's be fair, Sony needs something for the PS5 to compete with the Xbox. And what does the Xbox have at the minute? Backwards compatibility. It's like, yeah, there's not really much in the way of games there, but then the PS5 doesn't have much in the way of games either. Oh yeah, PS1 and PS2, definitely. You give me a nice clean solution for PS2 on a modern system, that would push me towards buying a PS5. If I could put my PS2 discs in on PS5 and play them at a nice clean resolution. I'd be down for that. Yeah, let's just go up the stairs. But you know what, let's skip this, go back down to the bottom. There we go. You say that, Sieg, but like, Xbox pulled that off. And the way Xbox did was its specific emulation of specific games. Doesn't ChanceEm.
I'm still surprised that, like, basically companies are just like, why should we put older systems on our new systems?
There are 2 enemies. It seems like
Why should we put older systems on our new systems and not just let people buy them? Why not charge them a subscription fee for it? And put substandard emulation on there that they have to pay for regularly?
Keep it up.
Nintendo.
Now's our chance.
Off.
Yeah, the way Xbox does backwards compatibility,
Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
it's specific games, like it's not every game, it's specific games. If you have the disc, you can put the disc in, and what it does is it then downloads the game, the emulation version. It downloads that, and the disc is used just for verification. Which is cool, because it means you can use old, scratched discs, you can use damaged discs. As long as the game can read enough of it to verify, then you can use it. Which is great.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that's a really good way to go about it.
And because it's specifically... It's not like just broad emulation like 360 did for original Xbox games, which had problems. Every game that is on Xbox backwards compatibility is specifically coded to run that way. And so they've all got enhancements to them, most notably to resolution, and a lot of them to performance. Now, a lot of games will play better on Xbox One, Xbox One X, and of course the series. And it's good.
Only 2 remain.
I need to get around to picking up a Toga. They added a Toga and a Toga 2 to backwards compatibility finally, with that last surprise batch of games they added. And I've been saying for years, like, I would love to go back to a Toga. But it wasn't backwards compatible on Xbox One. It wasn't even backwards compatible on 360. But now it is, and like, I want to do that. I just don't want to pay the price they want for it. So I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale. And I've got so much other stuff I can do in the meantime anyway.
And that's valid.
There's like a bunch of other stuff though. It's like I did Max Payne last year. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hey, can you hear me? Snap out of it.
I did Max Payne last year, and I did it on Xbox 360 because it was the only reliable method I had of it. I could have done it on PS4 via the PS2 Classics because the PS2 version is on PS4. The PS2 version is shit. Like, it is undeniably the worst version. So I did it on Xbox. Xbox 360. And then, like, in October, they announced, here we go, the entire Max Payne series now available Xbox One backwards compatibility. It was like, great. I have the discs. Max Payne 1 and 2. I never finished 3, I wasn't super into 3. I I have 1 and 2. It's like, eventually I guess I'll go back and do Max Payne 2, the fall of Max Payne on stream. And like, that's great, because like, I have the discs, so I can just put the discs in. Alright, I guess we're doing Mithra. And like, it's super convenient as well. Just being able to use the discs. It's like with one of the previous updates they put out, and it was like, hey, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. We've added its backwards compatibility. It's like, great, I got the disc.
Still alive.
So I could just put the disc in, install it, and play it. Fantastic.
Careful! The enemy's going to attack!
Yeah, I'd be down for them putting PS2 emulation on PS5 like that. It would make me consider, like, genuinely consider getting a PS5. Because at the minute, there's nothing for me. And if I was going to go for one of them, it'd be the Xbox, for several reasons. One, the Xbox isn't stupidly sized. Have you seen how big a PS5 actually is?
I have not seen a PS5 in person.
It is really fucking big. Like, too big to go on a shelf reasonably.
Interesting.
And like those wingtips that it has that just increase the size of it for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's dumb. And the Xbox is just a box.
It's weak against ice.
Great. It's like a fucking oblong. What's a 3D rectangle called? I can't remember. It's a fucking cuboid.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a second, it's not a cube.
Two enemies left.
Wait a minute, doesn't Mithra have Bufu? Yeah. It's like, great, that is way easier to just put on the shelf.
You found the enemy's weakness. Here's our chance for an
Yeah, I'm glad you do, Magic. It's a lot of money to spend on something that you wouldn't like, so I'm glad you do like it. Like, the Xbox would just be better for me. The fact that the Xbox plays everything the Xbox One plays. And like, the Xbox One plays like 3 generations of systems already. It's like, that's great. I like that.
My skill level has increased.
And again, like, it'll sit on the shelf a lot easier. It'd be great. I could get an Xbox and then get rid of my Xbox One, and I wouldn't be losing out on anything.
There are 3 of them. Strike first.
That's great. I like that.
Good choice.
Like, when was the last time you could do that with a system? You could just get rid of it and not lose anything.
The enemy's off balance. Attack.
Well done.
Like the GameCube.
You found the enemy's weakness.
I guess even then, like, you got rid of the GameCube, you'd lose Game Boy Player support.
Yeah. PS2.
The battle's over.
No, you got rid of PS2, you'd lose PS2 support. It's like, yeah, launch model PS3s had PS2 backwards compatibility, but they were also incredibly unreliable. Like, get rid of it for a system that doesn't work. Real shame. There's no people are still all over those launch model PS3s that let you play PS2.
Last one. Don't let your guard down.
But like, the way they're designed, they will give up. And a lot earlier than a lot of other systems.
The enemy's gone. Great job, guys.
Now we got an angel. Right, no enemies, you know what that means.
This may be useful.
I like the fact that you can choose your background music here, because it implies that, like, y'all are basically carrying, like, a boombox with you.
Or there's one of the powers of Fuka's persona.
Yeah. Fuka's persona is just that, she can become a, DJ if she wants.
Yeah, let them explore the rest of it, make sure there's nothing else here.
Yes!
There
I
we go.
think we can use this.
Everybody regroup, that's enough.
Everybody, please.
Thank you. Because you know what this usually means?
Death is gonna be, showing up if you aren't careful.
A lot quicker than usual as well.
Mm-hmm.
We already took a look at death, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we already did.
Yeah, let's go.
There are 2 powerful enemies.
Yeah, as somebody who like regularly likes playing old games, having easy access to the old games is very important to me.
It's still alive.
Especially this generation, PS2 generation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I would very much argue this generation is the best generation for gaming.
One enemy to go. Now's your chance.
Like 3D gaming had been refined enough. The graphics were better, the controls were better, but it wasn't so ridiculously expensive development-wise that everything had to be the same and homogenized and get some really interesting ideas.
The shadows are getting stronger.
And let's be fair, like, console RPGs haven't really been as good since the PS2. They've been very different, in a lot of ways worse. It's like, consider how many standout JRPGs the PS2 has.
The enemy's weak.
And then, how many does the PS3 have? Hang on, ChanceEm, you're into JRPGs. Name 5 standout JRPGs while on PS3.
On PS3?
On PS3.
I mean, I can name 5 JRPGs easily on PS3, but you're specifically
Good
being
ones.
like 5 standard. Atelier Aisha. Let's see, we had Atelier Aisha. Technically, Persona 5 is on PS3, but I haven't played it, but I know everybody else says that it's amazing. God, I'm feeling lame now because I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to realize most of what I played on the PS3 was probably not JRPGs.
Yep.
I think that was the...
that were there weren't that great.
Like, and of course I'm like sitting here trying to think and I'm completely forgetting Tales. Cause you got Tales of Zilla.
The Tales games on PS3 are really stand out.
Tales of Asteria is on PS3, and I know I'm in the minority of people who really likes Asteria, but I still am gonna say Tales of Asteria.
But it's not about whether or not you like it, it's about whether you think it is really good.
Then Tales of Asteria.
If I play that game and it is anything less than a 9, I'm gonna fucking rip into you. You told me this
But-
was one of the standout JRPGs in the system, Chance.
I own Artanelica Koga, but I haven't played Artanelica Koga.
And let's be fair, are any of the Artanelico games standout games?
It's weak against fire. Try Augie's
I think
skills.
Mir's gonna tear into you for that one.
I'll admit, my experience with Artanelico is entirely through Megumi streams, but like, goddamn. Wasn't Koga supposed to be disappointing after the first two?
There are 3 enemies left.
I remember hearing that, right? Like, people loved 1 and 2, and then Koga on PS3 was a disappointment. Because Koga is 3, right?
Yes, Koga is 3.
Yeah.
I fear that Koga is lesser than 1 and 2.
The shadows are getting
I know I don't hear a whole lot of people who like Artanelco that say it was a complete disappointment.
I can tell you if the enemy's performance has been altered. This will help you when you're in battle.
Okay, but if the enemy's performance in battle has been altered, that'll be something that I know, that I'm told to begin with. Like, oh, the enemy used Rakukaja, and then Fuka pops up. The enemy used Rakukaja! Thanks, Fuka. I saw it. It was right in front of me.
There are 3 enemies.
Like, we've discussed the, like, issue with stuff like Tales on PS3 before and beyond.
That's the way.
Especially in regards to stuff like dungeon design. And it goes back into our conversation on dungeon design.
What an easy win.
It's like, yeah, Grace's F got me into the Tales series. I would not say Grace's F is a standout game.
Fair. I mean, it's the same way of, like, Atelier Rorona got me into the Atelier series. Not exactly going to be a title I'm gonna recommend.
That's actually a point worth considering. Like, you consider the game that got you into a series, and like, would you recommend it to somebody who hasn't played that series?
See, Tales of Symphonia got me into the Tales series, and I'm torn on if I would recommend it or not.
Why is that? Because I regularly hear Symphonia is one of the best.
Symphonia is regularly considered one of the best. The problem is, I feel it has not aged that well. There are just things in it, especially with the Chronicles version, which is also the version on Steam, that... Which, I mean, it's the complete version. It's a localization of the PS2 version that had a bunch of extras that we never got outside of Japan. But there are just aspects of it that I'm like, it hasn't aged well. It's still playable. It still has a good story. It's just some parts of it, like, when I was a kid, there was a character, I'm not gonna say what character, but there's a character that I fully loved and was like, yeah, you're great, you're awesome, and then, like, now that I'm an adult, I'm just like, wow, you have way too simplistic of a view of the world. If that makes sense. And it's all like, yeah, you know, things are like this, and obviously the world can be saved like this, and I'm like, no, that's not how that works. And it feels like, it feels worse than, like, of course you always have, like, the very oblivious character in some story, but it's like, this one just feels a little bit worse, that's all. And I guess it's because it was such, like, a huge game that I adored as, like, young 14-year-old Chance. And, like, now that I'm older, I'm just like...
That's the way. There are 3 enemies left.
Yeah, about that.
When I do eventually get to Symphonia, I've pretty much decided I'm going to do a GameCube version. I have Chronicles on PS3, but like, I'm aware that the cut down from 60 to 30 FPS does introduce some problems. And that none of the extra content is really essential.
No, all the extra content is just there's a few extra anime cutscenes, and the rest of it is just extra side quests, some of which give you new costumes.
See, I'll
which
just
of course,
doing GameCube.
Yeah, which of course, some of the new costumes that you get in Chronicles, you finally get the Legacy costumes because they started doing Legacy costumes after Symphonia. Which is actually kind of interesting to see that like they went back and put new costumes in a game that was like 10 years old at that point. It was kind of interesting. But there's like other like side quests and stuff, some of which that are really cute or fun, but they're not essential. And it's only like 2 or 3 new anime cutscenes, I think, that are introduced. Again, not super essential, just kind of cool. I mean, I'd recommend Symphonia, just... It depends on who is asking. Because if you're a lot more adept with newer games, you're gonna have a hard time going back to it.
I'll get Symphonia eventually.
One game that did get me into a series that I will always recommend, though, is A Link to the Past for the Legend of Zelda series.
Yeah, that was my first Zelda as well. I played that like it was one of my first games.
That was actually my first game that I ever played, was A Link to the Past.
Yeah, but going into the chat, Grace's F turned you off of the series for a long time there. Grace's F was like the first Tales game that I really had, and I enjoyed the combat of it enough. The story wasn't awful, but it was the combat that really got me into it. The one that turned me off was Xillia 2. I did Grace's F, Xillia 2, and Xillia 2 burned me out. To the point it was like 4 or 5 years before I did another Tales game, and then that Tales game was Hearts R.
Did you ever finish Hearts R?
Yeah, I finished it.
I still need to finish it. Both you and Meg have finished it now.
This can't be.
Would you recommend Hearts R?
Not if you had any other game in the series to play. The low effort localization is one of its biggest problems. The story is underwhelming to begin with. The dungeon design is really bland. Like every time you go into a heart, the hearts are always the same palette.
Yeah, I've only played a little bit of Hearts R, and I've been through the first 2 hearts, I think, in it. So I get that.
Like, it's alright. You can do worse, but on the Vita you can also do better. As for Dawn of Sorrow being your first Castlevania, it is one of the best games in the franchise. Its biggest problem is entirely the touchscreen seal bullshit. But there are so many ROM hacks now that specifically just remove that. Like, take that out, bam, you have one of the best games in the series. And the versatility the Soul system offers is great. Oh, what else do we got? My first Mario game was Super Mario World. First Final Fantasy VII. First S&T game was Devil Survivor, and it's like, you know, I would recommend that. Devil Survivor is a fantastic game. I'm never going to redo it, but that is entirely because like I have the option of doing Devil Survivor Overclocked, which will have rebalanced the difficulty.
That reminds me, my first Persona was Persona 3, and very obviously, I'd recommend it. My first SMT was Digital Devil Saga. Again, something I would fully recommend.
I would personally recommend not turn over Digital Devil Saga.
Well, I mean, the question was, would you recommend your first title, not would you recommend something else?
Yeah, that's a fair point. It's mostly a difficulty thing. I think overall that Digital Devil Saga is a good. I think that can be off-putting.
Yeah, Digital Devil Saga is kind of rough in some parts.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, can't really think of anything else. Throw some series out in the chat, guys, and like I'll let you know my first. Well, I guess both of us will let you know our first entries in that series and whether we'd recommend them. My first Mega Man was ZX Advent, and yes, I would recommend that. ZX Advent is really good. And it is also available now. You can buy it on modern systems, because it was a DS game. You can buy it on modern systems as part of the Zero ZX Legacy Collection, and they've made the Zero games more playable by adding more checkpoints. I can recommend that entire package, but I would definitely recommend ZX Advent.
I don't have a particular Mega Man that was my first that I remember, because every time I've played Mega Man was when I've been hanging out with somebody else, and they've just been like, hey, let's throw on a random video game to play while hanging out. So, I really don't know which one, but I've enjoyed the ones that I've played.
How disgraceful.
2 enemies left.
And meanwhile, me saying that is probably gonna get me banned.
Don't let your guard down.
I played a little of Legends back on the PS1, but like I never properly got to play it. So the first one I actually got to play properly for myself was ZX Advent. Ooh, Mega Man on DOS. Classic. Yeah, wouldn't recommend as a game.
3 enemies. Be careful. It's weak against.
Weak to fire. Yeah.
There are 3 enemies left.
I failed to finish it off.
Yeah, ZX being a late entry in the series though, ZX Advent is actually the last in the original series timeline. Legends technically takes place after it, but like so far in the future that it really doesn't matter. As the timeline goes, Classic, X, Zero, ZX, and then like Legends is so far in the future. But yeah, ZX Advent was the last of the original timeline. Duke Nukem, my first Duke Nukem game was Time to Kill on PlayStation, which is very much a Tomb Raider clone.
And this is where I admit I have not played a single Duke Nukem. The silence after that makes me very concerned.
No, I was like, come on, hit everybody.
That's the last one.
There we go.
That was a close one.
Pyro Jack leveled up. Yeah. I did play Land of the Babes. I ended up getting Land of the Babes when I was younger because I liked Time to Kill. Yukari, heal everybody, just in case. Yeah. First Resident Evil was the first Resident Evil. My dad had it when I was younger, and he made me play it. Still have that disc actually. It's on my shelf right now. Like that original disc. As you guys know, I'm not super into OGRE anyway. Would I recommend? Yeah, we're supposed to be recommending, weren't we?
Yeah.
Duke Nukem Time to Kill. If you are into that kind of platformer action game, like say, very much Tomb Raider clone, if you're into that, it's not bad. It's got some creative locales. There's a time travel focus, so you go through a bunch of different times. It's not awful. If you're into Duke Nukem, like super into Duke Nukem, sure, I go for it. If you just like the kind of game Tomb Raider was, play it. Resident Evil 1, no, I wouldn't recommend OGRE 1, I would recommend RE2. I think Resident Evil 2 is the most balanced, difficulty-wise, of the Resident Evil games. But I wouldn't recommend RE1. Several reasons.
This thing won't give up. The enemies return to normal.
Do you have a Mortal Kombat you want to talk about, ChanceEm?
I couldn't finish it off.
I assume you must have played a Mortal Kombat at some point.
Very honestly, I have only really played Mortal Kombat in arcade, surprisingly enough. I did play a little bit of Mortal Kombat on Xbox 360. I'm trying to remember which number that one was. But, I mean, that's a fun fighter. But my first one was in arcades. And it was a game that, yeah, if I was hanging out in an arcade with somebody, it would be one of the first ones that I would always go to. So yeah, I'd recommend it.
You know which Mortal Kombat it was in the arcade?
Unfortunately, I was a young, stupid kid, so no, I do not remember.
For me, the first Mortal Kombat I played was the original Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo. Would I recommend that? No. Not just because Super Nintendo, I don't think Mortal Kombat 1 is a good game.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful.
I think in comparison with something like Street Fighter 2, which had actual depth, wasn't balanced. Anybody who tells you Street Fighter 2 was balanced is fucking lying to you. But like, Street Fighter 2 had a better fighting system. Mortal Kombat was built entirely around the spectacle, the gore, the fatalities, that kind of thing. And it does not have a whole lot to it. So I wouldn't recommend OG Mortal Kombat. Super Nintendo or otherwise.
That's the way.
I've been waiting for this. Okay, now.
I know a lot of people are really fond of MK2.
What an easy win.
Oh, there's a level. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game adaptation. That would be the one that I put on stream when we were doing the GameCube Viewer's Choice a few weeks ago.
I have actually
first adaptation of the 2003 show.
There's one
What were you saying,
Yeah,
Chelsea?
I have actually not played a Teenage Mutant Ninja.
There's like, would I recommend it?
The enemy is down.
If you have 3 people to play it with, yeah. It's a 4-player co-op beat-em-up. And beat-em-ups are always more fun in co-op. Making it 4-player, more so. If you don't, no. But then I'm just not really into beat-em-ups to begin with.
Only one enemy left.
My turn. I've been waiting for this. Okay, now. Okay, everything's going according to plan.
First Streets of Rage. That would be Streets of Rage 2, and that wouldn't be actually that long ago.
And again, you've picked another one that I have not played.
There's a couple of things, like, I didn't have a Mega Drive, and I'm not into beat-em-ups. So the most I've done of Streets of Rage has been, like, when a friend asked me to on stream. That was the first time I really played Streets of Rage 2. Mostly based on its reputation. It's supposed to be really good. And it is. It's pretty good. Would I recommend it? I guess. I'm not really an expert in beat-em-ups, but it seemed pretty fun. First Pokemon was Pokemon Yellow. Would I recommend it? No.
My first Pokemon was Pokemon Blue. And... depends on the person. Would I recommend it to a kid nowadays? No.
I wouldn't recommend Gen 1 to anybody.
Then I'd still recommend Gen 1. It has fun quality to it. I feel you're biased, Chrono, because you just don't like Pokemon.
No, if I was going to recommend Gen 1 to anybody, it'd be Gen 3's remakes of Gen 1. Gen 1 is ugly and buggy.
I mean, that's very fair. I never finished Pokemon Blue because there was a certain glitch that prevented me from getting through it, so, I mean, that's a very valid thing.
I've heard Streets of Rage 1 is good, but it's kind of basic, and that Streets of Rage 2 really brought the series forward. If you haven't, Magic, look into Streets of Rage Remake, because, like, oh my god, that is some of the most solid beat-em-up shit you will ever play. I'm not into beat-em-ups, and I'm like, oh my god, I wish I was into beat-em-ups, this is so amazing. First Sonic. Ugh. Sonic Jam. On the Saturn.
Last one. Don't let your guard down. This appears to be just the beginning.
I was
My first thought. You were muted for all that?
For all of that.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. First Sonic game, Sonic Jam on the Saturn. Don't remember exactly why we had it, but at some point, the Super Nintendo we had bust, and we got a Mega Drive, Saturn to replace it for a little while. And we had two games with it: a football game and Sonic Jam. So, of course, I put a lot of time to Sonic Jam while we had it. Stop hitting everybody.
She can't move.
Don't overdo it.
Everything, like, Sonic Jam is a compilation of Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. And from everything I've looked into over the years, it's still the best compilation of them. I would recommend Sonic Jam. I don't remember which of the games I would have played first. And I guess it doesn't really matter. I would recommend Sonic Jam. Sonic Jam is, like I say, from what I could find, the best compilation of Sonic, the first 4 Sonic games. Mario Kart. Super Mario Kart. Would I recommend Super Mario Kart? No.
As I say, you didn't even let me comment on Sonic. You're just like, nope, nope, aren't doing this.
Then go ahead.
I was gonna say my first Sonic, I don't remember which one it was, but it was on a Game Gear that my neighbor had handed me.
The interesting thing is, like, I think, if you don't count compilations and re-releases and stuff, I think the Game Gear might have had the most number of Sonic games on it. Sonic 1, 2, the 2 Drift games, Chaos, Labyrinth.
It might have been Sonic 1 or 2, because
over. Good
I remember
job, everyone.
what I do remember of it. It's very classic style. This was also when I was like young as fuck, but the first actual Sonic, a title that I can remember more clearly that I played was Sonic Adventure DX. And yes, I would recommend Sonic Adventure.
So, Mario Kart.
The first Mario Kart I played was Super Mario Kart on the SNES. I actually still own it.
And
I would recommend it.
I would not.
Why would you not recommend it?
I don't think it's aged well. I don't think it was great to begin with. I think people were mostly blown away by the technicality of Mode 7. It is a game with more depth than F-Zero. I think F-Zero is the better game. And F-Zero existed entirely just to show off Mode 7. Monster Rancher. I think like one of the ones on PlayStation. I wouldn't recommend it because it's basically a Tamagotchi game with a gimmick of putting CDs into the system to summon monsters. It's a gimmicky game, and the actual gameplay past that isn't very fun. And Chance is going to turn around and tell you he's never played Monster Rancher.
So, I haven't played Monster Rancher.
I say Monster Rancher is primarily a series. It's very much the Tamagotchi idea, like Digimon and Tamagotchi, that kind of thing. The big gimmick it used to set itself apart was entirely like put CDs into the system, or like the original.
I do remember
I think it had a
that.
Tamagotchi thing, and like you scanned CDs or something, like you scan barcodes or something. I don't know. But I wouldn't recommend gimmicks like that to anybody these days. Cool in the 90s, not cool now. Mudo has changed into Auto Terrakaja. Nice. Yeah, there's been some interesting choices. I feel like Magic's mostly fucking with us with Monster Rancher, but like, it's an interesting choice. First Tomb Raider. What do you got for that one, Chance? Chance has never played
the
Tomb
first
Raider.
Tomb Raider. The original Tomb Raider.
Chance has never played Tomb Raider.
I have played Tomb Raider.
Never played Tomb Raider. Doesn't know what a
I
Lara
remember
Croft is.
Chrono, if I could make my arm reach all the way over to the UK, I'd just like go through your window and just like slap you for a moment.
No. So go on.
The first Tomb Raider I played, and actually I think it's the only Tomb Raider I've played, was the one on PlayStation 1.
Which one?
I remember
5?
specifically. I think it was the original. I just remember because like this was at a time that I was still very much a Nintendo person.
We
So
both already
I played.
said Zelda Teak.
So if I ever played PlayStation, it would typically be at a friend's house. And I remember specifically going over to my friend's house, and he had a bunch of different PlayStation games, and The main part I remember about, because I never finished it. You know, it's kind of hard if you can only ever play a game at a friend's house. But I do have memories of playing Tomb Raider. They're, like, truth be told, when it comes to PlayStation, like, the only reason my family had a PS1 briefly was because of Dragon Warrior 7. Because, my very first JRPG ever was Dragon Warrior on the NES. And we had Dragon Warrior 1, 2, 3, and 4 on NES. So when Dragon Warrior 7 came out on PlayStation 1, my dad bought a PS1 and we brought Dragon Warrior 7, and that was basically the only game we had until years later. Like, I mean, literally from like 97 until 2005, that I got a PS1 for myself and was gifted Final Fantasy 7. So any other PlayStation games, I would have to go over to a friend's house to play. I don't have enough memory knowledge of Tomb Raider, though, in order to say, yes, I would recommend this. I have a heavy leaning towards I would not recommend the original Tomb Raider. What do you have to say, Chrono?
My first Tomb Raider was the original Tomb Raider on PlayStation. I would recommend it.
You would?
Yeah, if you have the patience for it, I think it's an enjoyable game with a focus on exploration and puzzle solving. The sequel's lost somewhat. I think if you can get into the mindset and like the deliberate movement. I've said for a while that I feel like Tomb Raider was the natural 3D evolution of platformers like Prince of Persia or Flashback or like Oddworld Dave's Odyssey. And I feel like if you can get into that mindset, Tomb Raider is very much an enjoyable game.
That's fair. The main problem I have is I feel like a lot of people... nowadays, it's hard to recommend that to them.
Okay, everything's going according
to... Prince of Persia would be the Sands of Time.
Same here, Prince of Persia. The first one I played was Sands of Time.
I would recommend it.
What was that, Chrono?
I would recommend it.
You would recommend it? See, that's how I feel. I would recommend the Prince of Persia Sands of Time. Namely, later games have better combat, but the stories are all tied together. That's the problem with me for it.
Sands of Time is very much like the first Metal Gear Solid. Its story stands alone. The gameplay was improved in the sequels, but the sequels are made to play like the rest of the sequels. You play Warrior Within, you've got to play Two Thrones. It ends on a cliffhanger, whichever ending you go for. You play MGS2, you've got to play 3 and 4.
There are 2 enemies.
Because 3 ends on a cliffhanger that isn't solved until 4.
That's the way.
You've improved.
Yeah, I think Sands of Time on its own like stands up as a strong game. And even going back to it, I played through it recently again, and yeah, I have problems with the pacing of the combat towards the end of the game, but overall the game is still really solid, and I prefer its linear design. Oh hey, it's Megumi with a lurk.
Oh hey Meg! Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate you.
Yeah, like its linear design, and I mentioned this during the Sands of Time stream. Linear design that it has creates more interesting platforming sequences than something like Assassin's Creed, which went way more open world design. And again becomes a point of why I don't hate linearity. Yeah, no, I would recommend Sands of Time. absolutely. Who's got any more? We still got a bunch of grinding to do, people. Only got up
Yeah,
one
it's
level.
like we got a lot more that we can go with.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
Whose first Metal Gear wasn't Metal Gear Solid?
My first Metal Gear was Metal Gear Solid. And I never finished it. And then a couple years later, my friends and I played Twin Snake and made it through.
I swear I fucking God. Teak turns around and says, my first Metal Gear was Metal Gear on the NES. I swear I fucking God.
We're waiting, Teak. Waiting to see what your first Metal Gear was.
But yeah, my first Metal Gear was Solid. Of course it was. No, it was MGS. Good. Good. Good.
There are two It seems like it's...
Right, with fire. Got fire on this one. Pyrogen.
Two enemies left.
Yeah, first Metal Gear Solid was MGS. I played MGS a lot over the years. I've done it twice on stream. Did it for commentary, I did it for the Let's Play channel, which is still up if anyone wants to take a look at that and get a look into my thought process with a lot of that shit. I would recommend it. It is not the masterpiece everybody says it was, but it was very important for gaming.
See, that's basically how I feel about it as well. It is very hard to go back and watch the original Metal Gear Solid, though. I will say that. I would disagree. Everybody has butt faces.
There's one enemy. Attack!
It's PS1, Chance. Everybody's got faces like that. The big thing that sets Metal Gear Solid apart, like from a lot of stuff from that generation, is there are no FMVs. Everything is in-engine, which I think really helps.
That's the way.
I've been waiting for this.
It really helps with the immersion. Like once you get into it and you're there, the lack of FMVs I think really helps. Keeps everything solid. It's the same kind of consideration you get with the unbroken first-person narrative and stuff like Half-Life.
Such persistence.
That's pretty cool, Magic. Yeah, people would say Metal Gear Solid was like the first time good voice acting was in video games. It absolutely wasn't. Blood Omen predates it by 3 years. Blood Omen probably wasn't the first example anyway. What else is there? You don't realise it when you first play it, but like a lot of Metal Gear Solid 1 is backtracking. It's one of the most frustrating things about going back to replay it so much that game is going back and forward. Like, for all the problems I have with MGS2, MGS2 does not have that problem. And the backtracking in MGS2 is a lot more bearable because of the circular design of the big shell.
Two enemies left. Please hit. I couldn't defeat it.
Such persistence.
Still alive.
There's also the point of like, I'd recommend OG MGS over Twin Snakes.
Defeated an enemy. Yeah. This thing won't give up.
Dynasty Warriors, that's interesting.
I have actually played a Dynasty Warriors game, I believe.
Great job, guys. Getting kind of
Oh,
tired.
Yukari's finally tired.
Yukari-chan seems tired.
Yukari's just like, nope, I'm out. Bye.
So you were saying about Dynasty Warriors?
I believe I have played a Dynasty Warriors. I need to look up what it is, though, because I cannot remember. Like, I remember the system, but I can't remember the name.
What system?
PS2.
Oh, that could be like one of 5.
Yeah, that's the problem.
My first experience with Dynasty Warriors is a demo for the original game on PlayStation. You might be like, how could you put a game like that on PlayStation? You couldn't. The original Dynasty Warriors is a fighting game. Is it my first proper experience? I own this game, get to play it. Experience with Dynasty Warriors was probably 3 or 4. I was like, yeah, I'd recommend them. If you're into that kind of thing, I'd recommend them. The problem with Dynasty Warriors is every game is the same set of events, though, just with like more mechanics and refinement. Up until probably like Dynasty Warriors 8.
I take it back. I didn't play Dynasty Warriors. I was getting it mixed up with another game that I had played.
Devil Kings.
Correct. I'm actually find that kind of funny that you knew exactly what game I was getting it mixed up with.
Honestly, it was a case of like, you know, you're probably gonna say Samurai Warriors, but like, what's the dumbest Dynasty Warriors clone I can think of on PS2? Devil Kings.
Alright, you're just gonna tear into me, I can tell.
Devil Kings is a different series. It was renamed for Devil Kings, and it was poorly received in the West because they changed a bunch of stuff about it. But it's better known these days as like its original name, and I cannot remember what it is.
Sengoku Basara.
There you go. Yeah, 7 and 8 are better. It's really the thing of like, Dynasty Warriors as an idea starting with 2 is rough, but it's impressive at the time. 3's better than 2, 4 is better than 3, 5 is probably better than 4, 6 is, yeah, 7's better than 6 and 5, 8 is better than that, 9 is worse, don't go with 9. 9 they started introducing DLC bullshit. Yes! So if you're gonna play actual Dynasty Warriors these days, Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Complete Edition. If you get it on PS4, you can get that super cheap. I think at this point, everybody's probably put more time into one of the spin-offs than the main series. Yeah, a lot of the stuff. And it's the big thing of, like, there's no good reason to go back to early Dynasty Warriors, because they're not telling you different stories. It's all the same story. And it's part of the thing of, like, when you played one of the earlier Dynasty Warriors so much, it makes it a little hard to do the newer Dynasty Warriors, because it's like, oh great, we're going to start off with Dong Zhuo again, or the Yellow Turban Rebellion again.
Finish it off.
I couldn't defeat it.
I failed to finish it off.
Yeah, it's like, would I recommend 3 or 4? No, I'd say like go with 8. Absolutely go with 8.
Good choice. The enemy is down.
The enemy's down. Let's finish this. You'll fall
Well,
by
Dynasty
my
Warriors
hand.
9 was really bad to begin with. A lot of its DLC bullshit was really bad.
What an easy win.
And like, Koei Tecmo made a mistake putting Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Complete Edition on Switch. Because it's a case of like, it's on PS4 already. If you wanted it portable, it's on Switch. And there's also stuff like Hyrule Warriors Legends Definitive Edition. If you really want that gameplay with more substance to it, I guess.
There are 3 enemies.
I don't
Be
know.
careful.
Like, there's no good reason to go for 9.
The enemy is down. Now's your chance.
Especially when PS5 is backwards compatible, just pick up 8.
That was too easy.
Anybody got anything else?
I mean, I tried saying it like 5 minutes ago, but we haven't touched on Final Fantasy.
I thought we did. I said like my first was 7, and you said like your first was 7.
Well, I mentioned my first was 7 in an unrelated tangent, but...
Alright, we'll do FS7, then we'll do Teaks.
Yeah. My first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 7.
The first Final Fantasy released in this country was 7. Mystic Quest doesn't count. It's actually a point. Mystic Quest on Super Nintendo was released in this country as Mystic Quest Legend. Final Fantasy Adventure on Game Boy was released over here as Mystic Quest. But the first Final Fantasy game released as Final Fantasy was 7 over here. It was my first Final Fantasy game, probably my first JRPG. Would I recommend it? Of course I would.
Yeah, first I'd recommend 7.
Star Fox. You want to take this one first, Chance?
My first Star Fox was Star Fox 64. And yes, I would recommend it. I still have fun playing it.
My first
It is
Star
a lot.
Fox,
It is a lot more fun to play with friends, though. I will say that.
My first Star Fox was Star Fox Adventures. Would I recommend it? No. I know a lot of people are really into it. I think it's kind of a subpar Zelda clone. I know a lot of people aren't into it because it's Star Fox and there's not enough Star Fox in the Star Fox game. Because it was my first, I didn't have that as a thought with it. I just think like the main gameplay isn't super great. And then like I've told the story before of like how I was soft locked into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it.
I have played Star Fox Adventures. I've only played through it once. And that was when I first got it when I was a kid, around the time that it came out. Give or take a couple years. I agree that it's basically a Zelda clone. I know young me's brain was like, "Ooh, this is fun," but I mean, like, give me anything that was like Zelda as a kid, and I'll be like, "Ooh, this is fun." Now that I've played other Star Fox games, I can very much understand the thing of like, this is very much not Star Fox. It's very much not Star Fox. The only way I'd be able to recommend Adventures to somebody would be probably to like a young kid. Or if I recommend it to anyone, it would be like, yeah, this is basically a Zelda clone. Don't expect Star Fox going into this. If that's up your alley, then have fun. If not, I understand.
So what we're doing, Megumi, because you probably won't be aware, people in the chat are suggesting game series, and we're telling the first games we played in those series and whether we'd recommend them or not.
Clem tries.
I'm surprised Teak hasn't said Castlevania yet.
You know, that's actually kind of surprising too.
You want to say Castlevania?
My first Castlevania was actually on PSP. I think it was the Dracula X Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
Does
The
that sound
remake
right?
of Rondo of Blood.
And I would recommend it.
My first was Super Castlevania 4 on Super Nintendo, and I would definitely recommend it. I feel like you were going to say more and I just started talking.
No, I was not.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting thing. Symphony of the Night is like my 4th Castlevania game. A lot of people would have started with the Metroidvanias, but like Symphony of the Night was like my 4th Castlevania game. And it's a weird pathway I took getting there. Is it like Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge on Game Boy, and then Castlevania 64, then Symphony of the Night. Yeah, Clem's not into Rondo of Blood. We were talking a little while back about how he got all the trophies in Castlevania Requiem for Symphony of the Night, but he couldn't do it for Rondo of Blood.
Trying to think of another game
Confident.
series. What?
Charm increased from unpolished to confident.
Oh. It's just, I was just kind of awkward timing with what I was saying.
I recommend it, Magic. You can get yourself set up with a specific set of Castlevanias. Like, if you got the Anniversary Collection or something, you can do some of those. Though, like, they are old school, difficult side-scrollers. I like difficult in the sense of, like, they were difficult in the 80s when they came out. Devil May Cry. Do you have one for this, ChanceEm?
My first Devil May Cry was the first Devil May Cry. I never finished it on my own. I watched somebody else finish it. I feel like I'd still recommend it. It's just, I feel like what I've seen from later games, the combat kind of got a bit better later on.
My first Devil May Cry was original Devil May Cry. It was the first game I properly played that demanded I use the analog stick instead of the D-pad. Yeah, I would recommend OG Devil May Cry. There's a lot I like about OG Devil May Cry that the later games didn't have. I like a lot of its Resident Evil DNA, like a lot of the descriptions you can find of stuff when you examine them. I like the castle environment. One of the problems the series has is like dull environments, and the castle isn't amazing. Well, I like the way it's set up and some of the varied environments in it. I think as an environment it's more interesting than the Temi Nigru from DMC3.
That actually brings up another valid series, Resident Evil.
Tika already did that, we went for the OG, remember?
I'm stupid. Because I was like, I don't remember us talking about Resident Evil. But yeah. So many series are getting thrown out that my brain is just being stupid. I apologize.
Sims. Ooh. The Sims 2 on PC.
I have actually not played Sims. I have watched people play Sims, but I have not played Sims.
I would recommend The Sims 2. On PS2, I think it is a shame that The Sims 2 is not currently purchasable. I think EA should properly add that to Origin. They had it on Origin apparently at one point as like the Ultimate Edition, came with all the expansions and stuff. And I feel like The Sims 2 was by the end of it as refined as The Sims got. Yeah, Sims 2 are just Sims. The 3 Sims games on PS2 worth playing: Sims, Sims Busted Out, Sims 2. They're all co-op, and like playing those co-op are great. Especially Sims 2, because that has like console controls. The rest of them are like mouse pointing that you move with an analog stick. Yeah, especially co-op, definitely. A lot of fun. True friend. One day, maybe I'll actually fuse a Persona of the Emperor Arcana. Oh, level
One
8,
day
fuck.
you might actually... It's like one day you might actually be useful, Hidetoshi.
I forgot we pushed that so high already, like level 8, goddamn. Yeah, the console sim games, when they were different from the PC ones, were really interesting. X-Men adaptation. You know, you go with this one first, ChanceEm.
I've
never played an X-Men game.
I've never played.
You've never played an X-Men game.
I don't really play a whole lot of like movie or comic based games.
My first would probably, I think, X-Men Mutant Academy on PlayStation.
I was like, the last time I played like a movie adaptation was on Super Nintendo, probably. No, wait, I take it back. I did try Treasure Planet on PS2 because I like Treasure Planet, the movie, and that was regrettable. Aside from that, the only other time I've played was on Super Nintendo.
I played a bunch of adaptation stuff when I was younger. It's like people are always like licensed games are always really bad, but back in the day there were a lot of good ones.
Yeah, there really were, especially on Super Nintendo. Like I actually have, I still have a physical copy of Aladdin and Lion King. We're Back, Power Rangers. Like I have a lot of games like that on Super Nintendo still.
I had Batman Returns on Super Nintendo, which is really solid. Spider-Man on PlayStation, which is good. X-Men Mutant Academy is a decent fighting game. Not great, but it's enjoyable enough. Like, most of the Spider-Man games are pretty good. And most of the 3D Spider-Man games. Part of the reason why I wanted to go through them on stream, and like maybe I will at some point properly do it. Hey, Chihiro. This is awkward. I said I would hang out with Yuko.
is indeed awkward, Chrono.
Hope she doesn't see me hanging out with Yuko tomorrow. Kenji,
Kenji.
I'm very busy.
It's like, Kenji, no.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of X-Men games since then. The first one that I would have played that wasn't a fighting game would have been X-Men 2 Wolverine's Revenge. It's like, wait, would I recommend Mutant Academy? No. If I was going to recommend an X-Men fighting game, it would probably be Mutant Academy 2. I know a lot of people are down with X-Men Children of the Atom or X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Never really played. I've never played them. Never played them. Mutant Academy 2 was an improvement over Mutant Academy 1. I'd recommend that over that. X-Men 2 Wolverine's Revenge, would I recommend it? Yes, but it's worth knowing that you're getting into a game that is very much mired in a lot of the tropes of the time, including a stealth section that is an instant game over if you get spotted.
Stealth sections like that are like, oof.
That was gaming for a while. Like, you'd buy a new game, and you'd be like, oh, I hope it doesn't have a stealth section where it's game over if I get caught. And then it would.
Meanwhile, I'm just over here like, yeah, see, this is why I like Wind Waker, because all it does is just kind of throw you in a jail if you get caught in the stealth section, and then you
It's
can
still
just try
frustrating.
again.
It's basically the same thing.
Well, that's... I guess it wasn't that frustrating to me, because I played the demo so many times that by the time that the game came out, I could finish that section in like 15 minutes, because the demo timer was like 20 minutes, so you could play as much as you wanted until 20 minutes was up. And I would always be like all the way off of Forsaken Fortress and already running around on Windfall, because I played the demo so much.
Just see Chihiro peeking around in the background. Grand Theft Auto. My first Grand Theft Auto was Grand Theft Auto on PlayStation.
My first Grand Theft Auto was San Andreas.
I would not recommend GTA 1.
I feel like I'd recommend San Andreas. I haven't played it in like, 16 years. But, because that was another one that I would go over to a friend's house and play.
Regardless of what ChanceEm says, don't fuck somebody who's 16 years.
Excuse you? That's not what I said.
ChanceEm said, and I quote, fuck 16 years. Don't do that. It's bad advice.
Even worse advice is listening to Chrono, because he apparently mishears.
You said, like, fuck 16 years. And I'm like,
I said the last time I played fuck was like 16 years ago.
No, you said fuck 16 years. The last time I played was fuck 16 years. You know what? It doesn't matter. The point is I'm taking it out of context.
I know.
It's what I do.
I'm just like, god damn it.
Ask Clem. Ask Clem about when I take things he says out of context. It's funny to me. What I do. Chihiro isn't waiting in my room with a knife.
Oh, I was half hoping that Chihiro was going to call you on the phone. That would have been perfect.
Hey, you want to go out next week? Next week? Oh yeah, I would not recommend GTA 1 at all. Elder Scrolls. Go on with this, ChanceEm.
My first Elder Scroll was Oblivion, I think. No, wait. Whatever was number 3. That was my first one.
That's Morrowind.
Morrowind. Okay, that was my first one. I don't remember a whole lot of it, so I can't say either way.
My first was Morrowind on Xbox. I do not recommend it. I didn't enjoy it myself. I don't recommend it. So this is going to be like, we'll do whatever we have here, and then like call it for the night, I guess. Because we start the full moon tomorrow. That's going to be a while.
Yeah, the full moon is going to be a trip in and of itself. I mean, it'd be fun to at least get to it, but that's going to...
I don't know where the save point will be in the full moon.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I feel like Yukara's been expecting me to talk to her every day, and I've just not been. It's like the thing in Persona 4, you know when someone leaves stuff in your shoe locker all year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't find out about that until the last day. The last day of the year. Because I never checked my shoe locker, I didn't know it was a thing.
Amazing.
See, I've never gotten into Oblivion. The first Elder Scrolls I got into was Skyrim. You feel your friendship with Kazushi gets stronger as you don't tell anybody about his crippling injury.
Sup, dude?
Shut up, Junpei.
Oh, Junpei will be having fun, you know, on the full moon. No worries.
Alright, we've got time for one more. If anybody's got one more franchise they want to ask.
I have one, but I want to see if chat has any suggestions first.
Yeah, Morrowind was very broken. I know a lot of Elder Scrolls fans are very into Morrowind because of like just how much you can do with the system. What you got?
This
like,
could be an
I
either
think
or.
You could use alchemy and enchant to boost stuff, like boost your acrobatics high enough that you can jump high enough that the fall will kill you. Like that kind of thing. I know people have a lot of fondness for Morrowind for stuff like that.
So this is going to be an either or. Professor Layton or Ace Attorney.
Every now and then I think about doing Professor Layton on stream and making it like a group thing. We'll all solve puzzles together.
Honestly, I feel like that would be a lot of fun.
The risk of that is nobody turning up.
I would turn up if I was available.
Yeah.
Have you played a Professor Layton title, though?
I played about an hour of Curious Village.
Alright, so let's go with Ace Attorney then.
My first Ace Attorney was the original Ace Attorney on DS. And I would recommend it. It was probably my first visual novel.
And likewise, my first Ace Attorney was the original Ace Attorney. And again, I would also recommend it. The Ace Attorney series is a very solid series.
I know the Layton series are known to like get way better on 3DS. So starting one on 3DS probably isn't that bad. But I think they're split into like two trilogies. I think there's 4 on DS, 2 on 3DS.
Correct. There are two trilogies. You have the past trilogy and the present trilogy, and there's a movie that's in between them as well. The first three in the series are the present trilogy, and the last three in the series are the past trilogy. Oh, hey, look at this. You have a fancy little intermission. But, personally, when the series went 3D, it felt really odd to me. Like, you eventually get over it as you play through the game. It just feels odd to me. My favorite of the games are the third game, so the last one in the present trilogy, and the fifth game, so the middle game of the past trilogy. My first Professor Layton was indeed Curious Village, and I would still recommend it.
I've considered doing Ace Attorney on stream. I got the Ace Attorney trilogy. Even if I didn't, like, we can do DS stuff, it's not a big deal. But, like, it's a lot of reading. It's a visual novel, it's entirely reading. It'd be a case of like, okay, I guess we're doing voices.
Oh yeah, that would be a lot of fun to do voices for Ace Attorney.
I feel like with how many characters that would require, we'd want at least 3 people.
That's a very valid thing. Just to make sure there's enough variation between everyone.
And I would also not take Phoenix. I would take the prosecutors, but not Payne. I wouldn't take Winston Payne.
Oh, so how is your Francesca voice?
You mean Franziska?
Yes.
Yeah. A foolish fool who foolishly walks into a foolish room like foolishly.
Alright, you're hired.
What we're gonna do real quick is swap it over. I want to check the Soul Reaver thing. While Magic says we can get an idea of like how, like, whether or not it looks better for than he thought his did or what. I don't fucking know. It's fine. We weren't gonna finish on the Tartarus lobby theme today anyway, so that's alright. That's nice. Next week, full moon. Is ChanceEm still with us?
I'm still here.
There we go. I remember I did a little of Defiance on PS2, and it was like, oh my god, the filter effect over the Spectral Realm was awful. Ah, the cast. Michael Bell. Known for his roles in Rugrats, The Smurfs, Transformers, G.I. Joe. Numerous guest roles on television series, including the pilot episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Simon Templeman. Played Kane since Blood Omen. 96? I thought Blood Omen was 95. Richard Doyle. Playing Mobius. I think Richard Doyle ended up playing Big Boss in MGS4 as well. Tony J. Played Judge Frollo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Megabyte in Reboot. If you ever saw Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman in the 90s, he played Lex Luthor's butler. Rene Auberjonis, who again played a character in Star Trek, more notable, he played Odo in Deep Space Nine. He also plays Dr. Burton in Batman Forever. Yeah, rest in peace, Tony J. Joins Soul Reaver 2 in an undisclosed new role. The role is Janos Audron. Paul Lukather returns to play Vorador again. Anna Gunn, best known these days for her appearance in Breaking Bad as the wife of Bryan Cranston. And she played Ariel throughout the series. Gordon Hunt was the recording director. Chris Zimmerman, casting director. All very well known for being the casting director for Metal Gear Solid. I love some of this stuff because, like, this game has the locked here will be the outtakes, which is just fantastic.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress.
Yeah, I remember when you did Soul Reaver 2 Magic, like, you tried to get it working on PS3, it just wouldn't do it, so you ended up having to do it on PS2.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge.
Fun facts. Directed by Amy Hennig, who would go on to direct a much worse series. The Uncharted series.
Could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion.
That's a weird glitch.
Are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan Kane. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nazgul from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kane. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours. You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Yeah, I really like Lazy K series. At some point we are going to get to doing it properly. Let's see how the actual game looks, though. Any thoughts, ChanceEm?
Where am I? Is the question.
Honestly,
In your case,
I don't really have a whole lot because there's no subtitles and I can't hear audio on Discord.
Yeah, there are no subtitles. Anyway.
So I'm just like, oh, cool.
You listen to all the
Animation.
wonderful voice acting.
It's like neat.
This is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems.
Yeah, it is weirdly quiet for me as well.
Weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Cain, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well. And it grieves me to see how cruelly Cain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the
There's a filter over this.
We were even close.
Very slight, like there's slight ghosting on it.
You need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indefinite.
There's an interesting case of fate in this series, Clem.
Now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the
you
memory
cannot
of the
break
Sarafan
fate.
with our own humble
This is the game
crusade.
where that idea is actually introduced. You cannot break fate. Everybody is tied to their specific
the most
destinies.
and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow guardians as they cowered defenseless in this
Like,
room.
Mobius knows where he dies. He's killed by Cain in the original Blood Omen. And he can't avoid that, even though he knows it's going to
The
happen.
circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor, Cain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source.
I see you've played Legacy of Kain before.
We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Cain dead. I can help you.
It could be it, Magic.
You want to meddle in this, old man? I know all about your
I say, I
sordid
feel like
little
there's a
schemes,
filter over these
but you're simply out
cutscenes.
of your depth.
I want to get into gameplay and check it
You
out.
underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you. Even now, Cain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
Look at this JPEG I've made appear in the water.
Still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Cain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Cain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again.
Yeah, go for it if you want, Magic.
Raziel.
There's a Magic played through the entire series. If you guys want to see it anytime soon, definitely check his VODs out. I was there for a bunch of it.
Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to
That
find
might be how I
your
found
way
Magic,
out of
actually.
the
I don't remember
stronghold, and in
how I
this,
found
I'm
Magic
afraid
on
I
Twitch, but I
cannot
think it might have been specifically
My
because of
soldiers
Legacy
will not
again.
understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But
There you go.
do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how, I had not yet discovered.
Yeah, the game does seem pretty dark, doesn't it? If you want to make use of some of the items and spells Blood Omen gives you and do a little exploration, it's not as hard as you remember. I don't think you did, Magic. Yeah, it does look pretty dark. Again, it feels like there's some kind of weird... You know what? It's not a filter, it's motion blur. It feels like there's motion blur over it. Oh, I don't like that. Because it feels really aggressive. You seeing it, ChanceEm?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Like, I don't really know how the original game is, because I've never played this series, but just to me, it feels weird. Like, whatever is going on. It definitely feels like something that wouldn't be there normally. Or at least shouldn't be there normally, if that makes sense.
How does a Spectrum Realm look? Better than it does in Defiance, definitely. It's a shame we're never going to see a return of Legacy of Kain. Like I say, the director of Legacy of Kain, Amy Hennig, best known these days for writing and directing the first 3 Uncharted games. We have, Michael Bell. There, you can see Amy Hennig on the left there. There you go, Amy Hennig. So that's kind of neat. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. The PC version might. Remember I had a discussion with Bane a while back because I thought this came on a CD, and it doesn't. Like, DVD, and like, pulling its copy and showed it to me, it was like, yeah, it's DVD. It's like, oh, it's the PC version that's on a CD. That's what I remember. Now let me put this volume back to the right thing. Yeah, this is a good song. It's not quite Ozar Midrashim, like the big theme from the original, but it's pretty good. I love the heavy drum beats this series has. But yeah, we'll get to this at some point. Like I said,
And meanwhile, I'm just kind of sitting. I was just gonna say, meanwhile, I'm just sitting over here like, hey, and I hear none of it.
At some point, yeah, I will definitely do this series. I did have a point redemption at one point to go through the entire series. And it's definitely something I want to do.
Welcome back, Meg.
Yes, it's a problem you have with a lot of games from this time period. When they show FMVs of the gameplay, and like the FMVs are super compressed.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not the only example of that in this generation. Yeah, I definitely recommend this series. If you're gonna play it, start with Blood Omen. There was a point where I wouldn't have recommended Blood Omen, but I think we're at the point now where Blood Omen's aged the best. Every game after it has something that's rough about it. This is what Crystal Dynamics were doing before they did Tomb Raider. The biggest problem I've had with Darkness on stream was that time I was showing off Tomb Raider 3. It's like, ugh. They really want you to use flares a lot in that game, it's terrible. Yeah, Crystal Dynamics, before they did Avengers, they did Tomb Raider. Before they did Tomb Raider, they did this series. Before they did this series, they did Gex. Remember when games had demo screens? Oh, like demo videos. Like we have consoles on display in the shop I work in. And it's like the games just display title screens. Like PS4 and Xbox One stuff, they just display title screens. It's like, this is boring. Yeah, I always like Raziel's design. It's really cool. The missing jaw, the stomach. Like the colour contrast, the blue, the bandages around the claws, and like the tapestry that he's wrapped around himself to cover his mouth. I debated doing Tomb Raider, like the reboot Tomb Raider trilogy, a while back, and like sitting down to go through Shadow of the Tomb Raider because I hadn't done that before, and I put like 2 hours into it and I was just like, I'm not enjoying this. This is like the most generic, homogenized, bland, open world bullshit. And I really don't like Lara as a character here. I think she's a horrible person. If I do Tomb Raider on stream, it'll probably be Legend. Like, I'll do Legend for a bit. But, like, that's... I don't know when I'll do that. There is the cool thing of, though, Tomb Raider Legend, you get, like, the sword, the Excalibur, and one of the things you can unlock is the ability to change his appearance into the Soul Reaver, which is awesome. Anyway. I don't want to hurt you, I just want to stab you repeatedly with my climbing axe. See, the first one was decent back when it came out in like 2013. The second one's mostly more of the same. I don't understand how it got such good review scores when it's just a very generic game. And then, like, Shadow and Tomb Raider is more of that, but less appealing. Apparently there's a new writing team for the third one, and like, whatever they've done, like, Lara is such an unlikable character in that. Yeah, I think the difference between, like, when Shadow of the Tomb Raider came out and when the reboot came out is, like, when the reboot came out, not everything was doing that. The closest comparison was, like, going back to Uncharted. And it was kind of like that. Then Uncharted also took stuff from Tomb Raider to begin with, so it was like, oh. Yeah, you can't really trust reviews of games like that anymore. Anyway, it is definitely time to call. We've been going for 4.5 hours.
That's the longest we've gone in a while, I think.
Yeah, it's been a while. Back in work tomorrow. I really want to start getting like Mondays off. Like that, if I had Mondays off, that'd be good because I could do like these streams a little later.
You gonna become Garfield?
No, because like I work retail, so any days just like that. It's just that I stream on Sunday, so if I had Monday off.
No, I was making a joke because like in that fighting game, they made it so that you can't choose Garfield on Mondays.
Oh yeah, that was dumb. Yeah, no, it's cool for a meme, but also it's dumb that you've actually implemented that.
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of funny, though.
Anyway, it is time to call it. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. A big special thank you to everybody in chat who joined us. That's the Warner Brothers Smash game. Does it have an actual name?
I honestly don't know if it does or not.
But Megumi just got back, but we've been going for almost, like, we've gone for over 4.5 hours, Meg. Give me a minute, I'll see about getting us, like, a different end screen. Versus something. Multiverses? It's not awful, I guess. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who joined the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Yeah, we had a bunch of people in tonight. So it was Teak, May, Clem, Magic, Megumi, Star. Who else?
Titanium was here.
Oh yeah, I didn't say Titanium. Titanium.
You had a first time chatter randomly. It was like Battle XD.
Yeah, I'm looking for the name. Chat has been busy enough that is no longer in the chat.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty busy chat tonight.
Star was here.
Yeah, I mentioned Star. Alright, so here's one we'll end on. But nobody's expecting this one. So yeah, thank you everybody who joined the stream. I was really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to ChanceEm for joining us on the mic once again.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I very much appreciate being here.
Now, who's going to be the first to guess what this is?
I have a feeling I know what it is, but I'm not going to say it.
I feel like Trias gives it away. Yeah. Like Square Enix, that could have been anything.
From what? You can't tell?
How do you know?
I don't sense anything. If she says
I've had this for years, and I played it for like an hour when I bought it.
Open your eyes, Alicia.
Run! Escape from the castle! This way, quickly.
Hurry!
I forgot Square owned this series. Like, did Enix publish the first one?
Quickly! I know. Don't rush us.
Over there.
I was gonna say, this is still PS1. No, wait, this is...
This is PS2. No, it's not Bubsy.
I was gonna say, Bubsy got some nice assets, if that's the case.
I really do want to get around to this series at some point.
Last breath. So be it.
This is where it is all starts in it.
Japan will not be spared.
That you, Lenneth? You being a bitch? You're gonna have to narrow it down, Clem. I mentioned a lot of games to a lot of people.
Thank you. There's no going back now. Let's go.
Final Fantasy 8.5. You think one of these flower petals is gonna fly into the sky and come down as a gunblade?
I mean, it's possible.
The art style on this is really interesting.
Is it possibly Valkyrie profile?
No. It is Valkyrie Profile 2. I had this like way before I had the first one. Valkyrie Profile 2 Silmeria. And do I still have my save file?
Amazing.
There you go, I played it for 32 minutes.
It's like me the first time I played Tales of the Abyss, and then I never touched it for like 4 years. Oh my god. There are so many games on like PS2 that like I played for 30 minutes and then never touched for years, and then went back and played and said, oh shit, this is actually a good game.
As I've had this for such a long time. I paid like very little for it as well, it didn't cost me much. I imagine it costs quite a bit now. One day. Like, the thing I'll have to decide when I do Valkyrie Profile 1 on stream is, do I do the original on PlayStation or the PSP remake? Or are you going to get to Valkyrie Profile before I do? You know what, I was going to put a Square series up for the 200 follower goal next month anyway. What if I made it Valkyrie Profile? Instead
I'd be down for
of
that.
Bahamut Lagoon. Yeah, that could
I'd
be
be
fun.
down for that.
I'll have to remember that. Valkyrie Profile. Yeah, I hope everybody has enjoyed the stream. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate support. Big special thank you to the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. And ChanceEm for joining us on mic.
Of course, I appreciate you having me.
Be sure to check out ChanceEm when he eventually returns with whatever he's playing at the minute before he cancels it.
Hey, I've actually been playing, you know.
From what? You can't tell?
How do you know?
How many sessions have you done of Scarlet Nexus?
2.
He's right.
When was the last time you streamed it?
Open your eyes.
I think 6 days ago. Look, I'm working on it, alright? If everything works out, I will be streaming on Wednesday.
Run! Escape from the castle! This way.
If everything works out, I'll be streaming on Thursday, I guess. More FF7 Remake.
Hurry!
I do kind of want to just get that done, honestly. But that's part of the thing of, like, War Market just being kind of a slump. Then once we get out of that, you know, I'll pick up again and I'll enjoy it to the end of the game.
Over there.
Yeah, now that you get your PlayStation emulator working, Clem, why not consider Valkyrie Profile? The answer for that is like, don't, I fucking called it. I'll come over to your house and I'll slap you.
It's like, why come over to somebody's house and you can make your arm just extend across the country and just slap them that way?
That's how I'm going to get to your house, and that ChanceEm's going to stretch his arm over here and I'm just going to ride it back. But yeah, hopefully like Thursday night, more FF7 Remake.
To your last breath. So be it. But be warned, Japan will not be spared.
Is that Mitsuru?
Is that Mitsuru?
No, like the voice actor, is that Mitsuru?
Oh.
And a check IMDb. Yeah, like there's other stuff I'd say like check out on PlayStation. I'm not considering Clem.
There's no going back now.
Like Vagrant Story.
Let's go.
Featuring Megumi as the voice of Kanemata. Interesting. Persona 3 was featured in Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Huh.
Where are the English voices? There we go. Huh, the English voice cast was all uncredited. Tara Platt.
I feel like that was kind of a issue with a lot of older games.
But this was like 2007.
I mean, you still have characters. I mean, hell, I think Naoto in the original Persona 4 was uncredited for the longest time.
Let me see. Valkyrie profile, Sumeria. Tara Platt plays Leone. Huh, she played the same character in 3 Valkyrie profile games. That's interesting, because the original came out in 99, and then Profile 2 came out in 2006, and then Covenant of the Plume came out in 2008. They got it back for the same voice. That's surprising. Now we're a little past our rate, Titanium. But yeah, thank you for joining me, everybody. And ChanceEm.
Oh, thanks. You're like, and ChanceEm.
Well, yeah, you were in a separate room from the rest of them.
I don't sense anything. If she says we're in danger,
Oh, right, scene.
He's right. Open your eyes.
But yeah, eventually get to this, maybe, I don't know. Oh, you know, that'd actually be kind of a thing. Like I said, games. Like, we do a game, and then, like, the next month, a game by a different company and everything.
This way, quickly.
You know what the problem with that is, Chance? Tri-Ace.
What?
It's like, oh, maybe we'll set Valkyrie profile for next month's game. Resonance of Fate is a Tri-Ace game.
Oh. Damn. That's unfortunate.
Don't rush us.
Will I become like you and just break my own rules and do the double standard?
Hey!
Find out next month. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Like, proper finale now. Like, that sounds like, sir.
Do I need to pop up in chat and be like, here's some delayed bonks from me, or...
I won't return to Valhalla.
One day I'll get to that.
You'll disobey Odin to your last breath.
Fine, I will take my shame. I am so sorry. I need to go make a 30-minute video on YouTube going on about how I'm so sorry for my double standards, and make sure to place an ad every 20 seconds in it.
And also not actually apologize.
And actually not. And yeah.
I'm sorry
what you said.
I'm sorry you
Words.
interpreted it that way. I'm sorry if you saw my actions as offensive. Sorry, you've got a stick lodged so far up your eyes you can taste wood.
There's no going back now.
I was gonna say, I think if that... I was gonna say, if you had a stick that far up your ass, I'm pretty sure you would probably just be a shish kebab at that point.
It can taste wood. Like, you know people can survive having a steak rammed up their ass till it comes out of their mouth, right? Like, they'll die eventually, but like, they'll still be alive to feel it.
I didn't think of that, and that is a very painful thought.
Welcome to medieval Wallachia. Vlad the Impaler. pleasant piece of European history, but then how much of European history is pleasant?
Very true.
Alright, it is definitely time for us to go anyway. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. Thanks so much for joining the chat, everybody. Chat is the best part of the stream. We're back next week with more Persona 3 as we go into the next full moon. If you know which one it is, look forward to that. Maybe we'll see more of these mysterious assassins who have appeared in Dark Hour. Maybe we won't, who knows? Maybe that's going to disappear for another 20 hours. Who knows? They'll pop up eventually. You know they have to.
Yeah, it's not like they're just gonna drop some characters and you'll never see them again.
Yeah. So, anything you want to say before we go, Chance?
I hope you all stay safe. I've seen some weird weather issues depending on where in the world you live lately. And, take care of yourselves. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate each and every one of you as well. Gonna be wholesome this time around, Chrono. What about you?
I was checking if this game has widescreen. Oh, it's 2006. It's late enough that it could. But then Persona 3 FES came out in 2007, and that doesn't. Yeah. FF7 remake Thursday night, probably. If not, definitely Friday day. It's like I was streaming it on Thursday night this week, and a big part of the problem with it was like I was just really tired. I was falling asleep during it. That's why that one fight took so long. But yeah, hopefully that on Thursday night. Persona 3 next week on Sunday. Look forward to that. If we hit 200 followers this month, Resonance of Fate. I'll change that on... Let's see. We are 2 weeks away. It's the 17th now because it's gone past midnight. 2 weeks away from the 31st. So I'll change it on the first stream after that. And who knows, maybe I'll put like Treasure of the Rougerous or Bahamut Lagoon or something. I don't know. Maybe a Vagrant Story, who knows. But yeah. With that, I want to thank everybody for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. I'll catch you next time, guys.
Have a good night.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.